Meeting of the Washington State Parks and Recreation Commission to order. This is our first hybrid meeting of the commission. We did this yesterday in workshop, so there's always the potential for a few glitches along the way. So just ask for everyone's patience as we continue to pursue this new approach to conducting our business meetings. I'd like to thank our secretary for chairing yesterday's workshop. She did a wonderful job, and that allows me not to have to chair meetings for 2 days in a row, and I'm very grateful for that. Thank you very much. Commission colleagues, I'd like you to be upstanding with me right now for the flag salute, which will be led by Alexander George, Park Ranger from Lyons Ferry. Ranger. Stands one nation, God, indivisible, with justice for all. Thank you very much. And then, as is our custom, we will do our roll call of commissioners, and we do that in the form of self-introductions. Let's do our two virtual participants. Our commission chair, would you begin the introductions, please?
Good morning, everyone. Mike Lamb, Commissioner from Yakima, Washington.
Commissioner Miller? I think you might be muted, Commissioner.
Good morning, I'm Steve from Chelan.
Okay, and we'll just go left to right here with our newest commissioner, and welcome to your first official commission regular meeting, Commissioner.
Thank you. Good morning. Lori Conley from Spokane.
Good morning. Diana Perez from Vancouver.
Ken Valens from Seattle.
Sophia Dannenberg from Seattle.
And Mark Brown. And just for the record, I'll be chairing today's meeting as the vice chair, since our chair is joining us through virtual means. And again, good morning, everyone, and thank you for that. And now I'd like to introduce our director to introduce himself and any members of the executive leadership team and our assigned counsel, others that he might want to introduce.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Pete Mayer, Agency Director, and it's a pleasure to introduce our executive leadership team, some participating here physically in the city of Richland. And again, our sincere thanks and appreciation to the city of Richland and staff for their gracious hosting of the State Parks and Recreation Commission. It's been a fabulous convening thus far, fabulous facilities, and we're very grateful for that collaboration and partnership with the city. So thank you. It's a pleasure to introduce our assistant directors. First, Mike Sternbach, Assistant Director for Operations. With us today as well as Peter Herzog, Assistant Director with Parks Development. And participating virtually is our Assistant Director for Administrative Services, Kimberly Marshall. Here with us today is our Director of Policy and Governmental Affairs, Director Owen Rowe. We also have with us today our Director of Communications, Anna Gill. And participating virtually, we have our Director of Human Resources, Becky Daniels. And we have here with us, as you know, our Executive Assistant, Becky Allison. So grateful for their participation, both here physically as well as virtually. And no convening is complete without our Assistant Attorney General Representative, Andy Wu. Welcome, Andy, and thank you for your participation today. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Director. At this time, I'd like to make note of the fact that we respect and affirm tribal sovereignty and honor indigenous people whose traditional lands we occupy today. The State Parks and Recreation Commission is committed to working with all tribes to help preserve and restore a healthy natural environment for future generations. The next item on the agenda allows for tribal, state, and local officials to introduce themselves. Doesn't look like we have any in that particular category. So I call your attention to today's agenda. I'm not aware of any changes. Are there any proposed changes from any of my colleagues? From staff?
We do have one additional prearranged speaker. The City of Richland Parks and Rec Director will be here.
So for the 1 o'clock public comments, you can add City of Richland, the Parks and Recreation Director. That's Joe Sissel, correct? Is going to be joining us and making some comments. Thank you, Becky. Anything else? If there's no objection, then I'll just ask for a motion to approve today's agenda as just amended.
Move to approve?
And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Properly moved and seconded to approve the agenda as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The agenda is adopted. I'd like to ask our executive assistant, Becky Ellison, if there are any logistical matters you'd like to share.
For logistics, if there's, in case of an emergency, we're going to exit out the city hall. We're going to go out these doors back here to the left and meet out in the parking lot together. The restrooms are out by the elevator to the right. And just ask that following COVID protocols that we're wearing our mask inside and socially distancing and sanitizing everything.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, you have any questions on any logistical aspects of today's operation? Okay. So colleagues, I call your attention to the minutes of the July 14th workshop and the July 15th regular commission meeting. Are there any proposed changes to either of those 2 minutes? Any proposed changes that any of you feel is important? Hearing none, I'd accept a motion to approve those 2 minutes.
So moved.
And is there a second?
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded to adopt the minutes of both the July 14th and the July 15th meetings. As many as are in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The minutes are adopted. Before we move into commission reports, I'd like to take this opportunity, as I do, I think at every commission meeting, to say thank you. And I'm glad that Audra is here, and I think Scott was here. But I want to just say on behalf of the commission, and I know the director and staff as well, thank you to everyone who helped us with a really good and somewhat unique set of meetings and presentations and briefings and experiences on Tuesday. So to you, Audra and Mary and Jeremy and Scott and anyone else, and if they're not here, please extend our thanks to them. And just for the record, we spent the morning at Sacagawea State Park, certainly learned some things that were unusual and historic in the nature of that park. And we also had a chance to participate with folks from the Benton, Franklin, and Yakima County Marine law enforcement folks. And Rob and Matt from our boater safety program facilitated that. We had a chance to recognize a local business person and some of his staff, as well as the Coast Guard, for the contribution they make in helping us make that program successful. And also Colin Fogarty from the Confluence Project made the trip to Sacagawea State Park to share with us the history of the Confluence Project and the significance of the circles, the 7 circles that are at, for our good fortune, that we have the fortune to host at Sacagawea State Park. So thank you, Audra, and everyone that helped us have a successful Tuesday. With that, I'd like to ask for commissioner reports. Why don't we start with our commission chair?
Commissioner,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
I just want to make a quick note of something. I noticed that there were some delays when you guys were taking voice votes. So I would just want to suggest that for the future actions, when you're taking votes, to slow down a little bit so that the commissioners who are joining remotely has a chance to voice their votes
Okay.
as well.
Thank you. So commissioner reports, Commissioner Chair Latimer.
Good morning. Good morning. August 15th, Monday, I did attend our executive committee meeting, which I'll have a report a little bit later. August 25th, I did get an opportunity to participate in the final DEI interview with fellow Commissioner Perez, members of ELT, and the director. We had a number of qualified candidates that we did the final interview. So I want to thank, first of all, the director of ELT and the other commissioners that were involved in that very long process. We did, I think, have one candidate that we particularly liked, and I guess at some point we'll hear from the director on any progress there. And then early September, I did get an opportunity to participate in the sort of Rosario Resort strategy discussion with Vice Chair Brown, Director, and members of the ELT. And other than that, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Commissioner Milner, can you hear me? Any commissioner report that you'd like to share?
Yes, and there's a terrible echo on this. Yell, please, my slide deck. Well, let's just begin. Oh, here it comes. So I attended budget, the other realist, and you'll hear from our colleagues on those topics on what transacted in those meetings later. Next slide, please. Ms. Ellison sent me another box of stuff to give kids in the form of activity bags. And so another 100 of those went out in the hands of families and kids and a lot of happy campers in our parks. So that's done. Next slide, please. Area manager Sharon Selter and I met to discuss the situation at Lake Chelan State Park, and we intend to visit each of her parks, and she'll give me her view on the needs of these particular parks. For Lake Chelan, the emphasis was on camping, and more camping, and replace the bathhouse that's been there for a very long time and is battered and is in constant need of repair. So we will be meeting at Alta Lake later in September. Next slide, please. I spoke with our local Trek dealer, Mike Plank. He owns or is the manager of the Wenatchee Trek store. He offered to support the commissioning of the Beverly Bridge, which is very kind of him and of Trek to step forward like that. And he gave me a contact at their home offices in Waterloo, Wisconsin. And so Lee Jones and I have had discussions. I'm just basically compiling information on what could be done to facilitate travel on the Palouse Cascade Trail on the east side, knowing that it's arid, that the distances between water supplies is considerable, that the roadbed quality is highly variable. And Mr. Jones outlined for me their B Cycle division, which is one of the businesses that you may see if you visit Minneapolis, several rural areas where trail usage is heavy. They set up these stations where you can rent an e-bike and proceed on your way. And so I've made a contact between Lee Jones and our marketing folks. Stephanie now has a contact with Lee. Next slide, please. I then had a chance to speak with Miles Richardson, who is the Volkswagen executive director at the University of Washington sales office. And Volkswagen is intending to release this concept vehicle you see, which is a play on words for those of you who know German. It's the Volkswagen Buzz. You know, what interested me in this release was there are a few vehicles that are more iconic going back to my youth as camper vehicles than the old Volkswagen microbus in its many decked out variations. And so I asked Miles if there'd be any interest in co-branding or marketing between Volkswagen America and Washington State Parks. And he was quite enthusiastic about the possibilities. Put me in touch with Volkswagen America's marketing director, Jennifer Miner. And so I made that contact and connection between Volkswagen, and again, Stephanie has that contact information. I guess where we're going with this is for those of us who have been around long enough. At one point, Subaru had a relationship with Washington State Parks, and the promotion that they worked up with us was if you came to their dealership and test drove one of their Subarus, you would get a free Discover Pass. Simply played out, and Subaru had this theme behind all of their advertising, which was a very nature type theme. Well, my surmise, and I think it's probably accurate, is that in the Northwest here, Volkswagen would see that same relationship, though how they would wish to see that relationship play out, I leave to the marketing people. My role was just to make those connections. So that's what I have for my commissioner report for September.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just kind of do this in random order. Commissioner Dannenberg, would you like to report?
Sure. I think this will be fairly quick. It has been a blur since our last meeting, but I believe that since then, I've been participating on the legislative committee, which has been fairly slow for obvious reasons, and I believe there'll be a longer report about that later. The group that was started by the Proviso on the experience of Black Washingtonians in the outdoors has launched. I'm quite proud of how Owen has actually managed that in a couple of areas where I feel like we're going to be, there's sort of the topic of the Proviso, which I think is very encouraging, but in addition, we have 2 contractors that we were able to get rather quickly, and I think it was actually impressively quick, given that this is a government contract, and able to take advantage of minority-owned businesses, which we know that there's a lot of, there's overall an attempt to increase usage, and so especially for this Proviso, quite important. But in addition, we are providing a stipend for the participants of $500 each. This was a really big effort, and I do think it's something I've spoken at meetings before about, the equity and the sort of the impacts on who is able to participate and what voices we hear based on sort of this expectation of large volunteer time. And so I think that this stipend is really important to being able to get not just Black Washingtonians, but ones from different socioeconomic levels. I don't believe I think it's something that has happened once. And so I really think it's a model for other agencies. And I really hope that Owen they did quick stuff. And I really hope that this is something that we can hold up. In addition, I was able to participate as one of the panelists in Sundays in the Park, which is a project that Washington State Parks has with Siobhan Powell, who runs the Refuge Festival in state parks. I wish I had a photo of it. I should have done it as a slideshow because I actually managed to, I called the ranger there and I managed, and even though sort of everything was closed, they had said if I was close enough to the building, I could pick up the Wi-Fi. So I actually managed to do it outside, sitting right outside our building, taking advantage of the Wi-Fi that we have, that we are trying to do. But you should have seen me. I have, because I have like a separate camera and a mic, and it's up on a bunch of stuff and my laptop, and I was able to do that outside in a park. And also I happened to be sitting there while people were checking in to camp, and I'll just say that I think that is the most diverse group of people I have ever seen coming to a state park. I was unbelievable. I sat there probably, I was there for like sitting in the, right where they check into camp for like 2 hours. So I got to see a large number of people. And I have to say, I think over half were people of color. So whatever this pandemic is doing, I was very excited to see that. Also because I was participating in Sundays, so which is, you know, a cultural event. And then last Sunday, was it last Sunday? Yes, it was last Sunday. I was also the keynote speaker at the WWRC annual event at Meadowbrook Farms, which was a lot of fun. It's a really fantastic event. And you said the Recreate 2021, is that what the year is? And really interesting, you know, diverse group again of sort of people from outdoor, wildlife, environment, recreation. I did get a small earful about our golf course, but other than that, Nikki Fields was there representing state parks, and so a really fantastic event.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Perez?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Dannenberg, for representing us well as keynote speaker. That's great. Other than participated in two committee meetings, there's the budget committee and the executive committee, so I will hold off and let those committee reports. I also participated in the final DEI interview with Commissioner Latimer and Director Mayer and folks. Really excited about that. Looking forward to some movement and some great leadership from our state parks within that area. I did visit Battleground State Park, which is about a 280-acre park 3 miles northeast of the city of Battleground, and was able to see how the public is recreating. Saw the new pier there. It looks beautiful. There were easily about 300 people for this small area in north of this more rural town. Pretty diverse. The last time we were there and visited in person, there was the concessionaire for the kayaks, and I don't believe it's the same concession anymore. And when I talked to the ranger there, they had changed the concession, and so it just seemed kind of different than when we were there, where you could just do it through your mobile phone. So I wasn't sure how well that was working. And then when we had the field trip yesterday with the sheriff and heard from the Yakima County Sheriff about the concern with the leash on the paddle boards, I noticed that whatever paddle boards there were for rent there at Battleground Lake, I don't remember seeing leashes either. So it just raised the question, are we doing this? How are we looking at this broadly, especially with our concessionaires? So enjoyed it. I also observed some folks doing their drone up above. I mean, they were very respectful of the people who were swimming, but they were over people that were swimming, and it felt a little intrusive to me. But I don't know how people were just enjoying their fun, and so I wasn't sure what the rules are with drones either. So just some questions, but all in all, everybody was having a good time, especially during this period. Diverse group of folks out there, beautiful, clean, taken care of lake. So I was happy to meet the ranger there.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Connolly.
Yes, since I was appointed in July, I had an opportunity to have orientation sessions. They were virtual, but with Director Mayer and all the members of the executive leadership team. And I really appreciated the time and their presentations and an opportunity to have discussions with them about parks. So I felt like I've really had a great orientation, as well as there's provided online an orientation handbook and other materials and background information about Washington State Park. So I thought it was really well done and very helpful. I felt like it's really a good move. In addition, I participated in legislative and real estate committee meetings, which, as you heard some and you heard more. And then I also had the opportunity to meet with former Commissioner Cindy Whaley, so she could provide me with a very selective group of materials that she should have. I can imagine how much she has, but anyway, it's great to spend some time with Cindy and talk about parks and she wanted to say hello to everyone and express her deep appreciation for parks, and she already misses all of you.
Thank you. Good report. And Commissioner Balance.
Thank you. I also participated in the Legislative Committee and Budget Committee. I think the the most fun I had, however, was getting to travel around the San Juan Island State Parks with the director and assistant director and staff, and being guided by Chris Gudati, and it was really eye-opening to see the activity, number one, to revisit some of the parks I hadn't been in quite a while, especially the marine parks. Susha Island is just such a special place and brought back great memories of my sailing days. Very busy. One of the things we got to observe was our staff and contractor staff replacing buoys that had needed replacing for a variety of reasons. Besides age, there was, chains that were on the verge of breaking, buoys with perhaps sort of incorrect information on and needed to be replaced. And it was fun watching that process. Very efficient. Divers go down and check out the connection with the anchor, and really do a really thorough job of figuring out what needs to be done and how to do it. And they were very efficient at doing it. So it was a good education for me. It was interesting to see the use. I mean, the use of the island parks was pretty substantial. The activity that the staff have to do, and the water testing, and throughout the islands, and especially those remote marine parks where they have to go every day to test the water. I know in the wintertime that's a real challenge given the conditions in the islands sometimes with the seas. But it was fun. It was good, and we got to talk about the staffing challenges. Difficulty getting park aides because there's no housing, very little housing. You may have read the article about the businesses having a hard time getting employees as well in the islands, and so it was a good experience. I enjoyed it. The staff were great, a lot of fun. I got to see the users enjoying the San Juan Islands, one of the best places in the world to recreate. So that was the highlight of my 2 months. And then August, I had a bunch of out-of-town guests. People fleeing Texas because it's hot, and so they come up here and we host them, and that's it.
Thank you, commissioners. Great reports, everyone. I just want to ask Commissioner Balance. You mentioned Chris Gudati. I visited 9 of our marine parks in the San Juans with him in one day. I'm wondering if that record still stands after did you do 9 in one day?
I think we did 10, Mr. Brown.
That's very.
I wasn't counting, but I'm sure it was 10. I'm
Okay.
sure 2 handfuls.
So for me, I hope I can get everyone's attention on this first part. I want to do something, I think, important and personal. I'd like to ask you to join me in a moment of silence for 2 people affiliated with this agency in very different ways. First, sadly, since our last meeting, Joe Toller has passed away. For those of you that don't know, Joe, based on my research, I believe is the second longest serving commissioner in the history of our agency, 14 plus years. He chaired, I think, at least 2 or 3 cycles through the chairs of secretary, vice president, or vice chair and chair. And he was chair when I came on the commission, and a great mentor. He'd been a friend before that. And this agency and all of us who served with him benefited greatly from his almost an adult lifetime of public service. And so I want to acknowledge that. And then I said 2 people connected was in very different ways. I'd also like to include in this moment of silence Gabriel Zelaya. Gabriel was a laborer who lost his life on the Beverly Bridge in a tragic occupational accident just a few weeks ago. He was working on our project, on our bridge, and sadly lost his life. And so to both the Toller family and the Zelaya family, I know on behalf of all of us, I'll extend our condolences. And again, I would like to ask you to join me in just a moment of silence, please. Thank you very much. For my report, Becky, you can just go to the next slide. This is going to be really brief, or somebody can help me here with. So I know that not all of you were able to join us on Monday, so I thought I'd actually take my commissioner report just to share with you the good news about the Beverly Bridge. There were a number of us that had a chance to visit that site on Monday. The project manager, Adam Fulton, was there again, along with a number of us. We had a comprehensive tour, briefing, and site visit. This is from up above, obviously, looking at the bridge, and to the right, you have the area that's used for staging. Now you can see where we're at with the project. I believe that Adam told us that there were only 3 of these concrete slabs left to be laid on the other side of the bridge. And so the bridge decking is pretty much complete. There may be another slide or 2, Becky, or is that it? Get back one then. So just to tell you that what comes next are railings. This bridge will also include 3 benches. For those of you that had the good fortune of serving or working with Commissioner Doug Peters, a memorial plaque in his honor will be installed. Where's Scott at? Scott, that's correct, isn't it, Scott? Will be installed on one of those 3 benches. The railings will go up. And then Adam told us that on top of that concrete, those concrete slabs, which are laid individually, there will be some kind of a concrete slurry. Is that correct, Peter? So that'll be applied on that. And Adam told us that we could say publicly that we're targeting the end of October to have that completed. And in consultation with Scott and Becky and a number of others, we're going to look at the calendar early next week, identify some target dates in early spring, share that with the foundation, which had been leading the efforts for a celebration and a grand opening. That's now going to be a dedication in the spring. And that, I think, finishes my little staff report for you on what we learned during that visit to the bridge. And thanks to Adam and others who made that possible. So that completes my commissioner report. So that then brings us to commission committee reports. How about if we reverse the order? Commissioner Latimer, would you take on the executive committee? And as a reminder, we have about 5 minutes for each of these reports, up to 5 minutes. Commissioner Latimer?
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. So for the executive committee, we ran through our kind of normal course of actions, reviewing the park tours, the agendas for the work session and commission meeting. I think everything that pretty much was discussed will be covered has been covered either in the work session or will be covered today in the commission meeting. We did just a few items of note. We did discuss having 5 regular meetings, 1 virtual meeting. I know that will also be covered in item E6 later today. We heard from staff on updates with regards to fire restrictions, particularly in Eastern Washington. We also learned from staff on the vaccine mandate for parks employees, which we received a report yesterday. And I think that was pretty much most of what I had. I don't know if either Commissioner Perez or you, Commissioner Brown, wanted to add to that report.
No, I'm just looking at the agenda here, Mr. Chair, and I don't see anything else that I feel necessary to comment on. So unless anybody has any questions on the executive committee, we will then move to the budget committee. Commissioner Bounds.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. You're going to receive a more detailed report this afternoon from Assistant Director Marshall, but I'll just do a few highlights. We did discuss the revenue situation for 2021, and again, very positive with the, one exception of camping. We never really did recover the camping loss from the closure of parks in early 2020, but Discover Pass and other revenues did exceed expectations. We ended the biennium with $5.3 million over our original estimates. And we ended, as we know, with a fairly substantial budget, a positive budget balance of $20.5 million. And we're kicking off the 21-23 biennium with, again, strong revenue coming in. So we'll see. Hopefully this sustains itself over time, but we're still getting very high positive revenue. And we spent time talking about the supplemental budget, and we're going to talk about that later today as well. One of the things we did cover was remember, I think it was Commissioner Brown had suggested that we request more funding for the No Child Left Inside, and staff had conversations with OFM and with the legislative leadership about doing that, and with RCO staff, and decided that there really wasn't enough support to make that request, and you'll see that later in the day. But we did go through the other items that are in the supplemental request, and we can talk about that this afternoon. That's my report.
Thank you,
Anything,
Commissioner.
Commissioner Perez, you want to add to that? Or?
No, I do not. Thank you, Commissioner Bounds.
So our next committee report will be legislative, and Commissioner Conley.
Yes, we met on September 9th, and I think Owen has reported on most of the items that we discussed. I would say that we were, the commissioners were pleased with the stipend approach to with the volunteers, and I think, as Commissioner Dannenberg has already mentioned, it seems like a great model to encourage and assist people participating. So that was something we were pleased with. Some of the work that's going on the tribal liaison meetings, and hopefully the advice and responsiveness that we will be getting, guidance on those issues. That's something we look forward to. And then the legislation, the research that is going on regarding the leasehold tax issue and how that can be resolved is another important issue. I don't think there was anything else, but if Commissioner Bounds or Dannenberg would like to add anything.
Thank you very much. Any additional on that from anyone? Okay, let's see. That brings us then to the real estate report. Commissioner Milner and Conley and I and a number of staff led by our Assistant Director Herzog had an excellent real estate commission meeting, as they always are, and a long one, as they always are, which is a good thing because it allows us to get into the weeds on a number of these matters. Met on August 24th. It was a lengthy agenda. The good news is that a number of the things we discussed will appear on our agenda later in the day, so I won't have to say much about them at all. But just going through the list here quickly, we did talk about the Lake Newport property transfer to Pend Oreille County. We'll be talking about that later today, but it's a piece of undeveloped vacant land, 2 parcels, 170 acres. And there's the possibility of turning that over to the Pend Oreille County for them to develop it as part of a water trail plan. And again, I'll leave any additional details to Peter and staff that will be presenting later. We also discussed a piece of property that's actually been talked about by the commission many times over the years. It's a piece of commercial property we own in downtown Auburn. We picked that up on a land swap, as I recall, a number of years ago. It doesn't have any recreational value to us. I think it was actually looked at as a revenue generating property during that initiative earlier. It has an assessed value of over $2 million. And so what we're looking at there is a possible sale. And I believe there'll be a briefing on this as well this afternoon. But I mentioned this one in particular because this will come back to the commission and it's subject to change, but at our committee meeting, it was suggested that we may be dealing with this in November. We also talked about an interesting proposition. The State Department of Transportation may be putting a roundabout in on Highway 7, which is our entrance to our new Nisqually State Park. And they'd like to partner with us on that roundabout in a couple of different ways, and possibly even handle the maintenance of the roundabout. There could be opportunities for us to turn that roundabout into essentially a really nice spot in terms of welcome to the park, since it really is at the entrance to the park. So that continues to be a moving target, but that was an item we discussed. We all have been to the Bear Creek Lodge at the entrance to Mount Spokane, and we know that there's the potential, and we're continuing to explore options there that could lead to the acquisition of the lodge and sort of a new face and front and entrance to Mount Spokane State Park. So we had a little bit of an update on that item. We talked about Westport Lighthouse, this state park, and as a reminder, this was one of, I think, 4 parks that were identified as potential private-public partnerships through an initiative of the commission a number of years ago. Then we do have the private entity that wants to develop a Scottish-style links course there and related facilities. We're still on track to be acting on that the first half of 2023. Environmental and cultural analysis are being completed right now as we speak and should be done by year's end. A lot of focus on wetlands. And I think what we were told at the committee is that we've learned that addressing the wetlands could present a greater challenge than originally thought, but we had a good, robust report on that. We also talked about the Resource Sales Commission agenda item that we're going to be going into in just a few minutes, and so I don't really feel the need to say anything further on that. Assistant Director Herzog mentioned this yesterday, but we did talk about St. Edwards and the lease there, a number of amendments dealing with the commencement term, the dates, the placement of parking, transient parking, ranger station improvements, maintenance garage, public access, and development and operations plan. Most of that, staff has the authority to make those amendments, but the term of the lease is one that would have to come back to us, but a good comprehensive briefing on what's going on there. And we did talk about the Rosario Resort. I believe, Director, are you going to say something about that in your report? So I think I'll just stop at that and ask my colleagues, Commissioner Milner and Conley, if there was anything else that you'd like to share. Why don't we start with you, Commissioner Conley?
No, I think you've covered it.
And Commissioner Milner?
Very comprehensive report. Well done, Commissioner Brown.
Hey, any additional questions or comments by commissioners, for commissioners on any of our committee reports? Okay, hearing none, we're going to move on now. And colleagues, these next 2 items are action items. Both of them are proposed amendments to the Washington Administrative Code, and both of them actually will require us to open and convene a public session, ask for public comments, and then close the meeting. So just so you're aware, that's the protocols that we will follow. So we'll have the staff report, see if you have any questions on the staff report, then move into the public hearing part of those items. And so with that having been said, the first item is requested action item E1. And Assistant Director Herzog, would you like to introduce this topic?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Brown. I'll remind the commission that this item was first before the commission back in April. And so we had some comments from the commissioners and some suggestions about how to improve the language, particularly in reference to reports back to the commission and some other language updates that we're asked to do. So we've completed those. In the meantime, we tried to come back this past commission meeting in July, and then because of a change in venue, we're not able to bring the item properly before the commission. And so here we are, 3rd time is the charm. And so I'll introduce Lisa Lance, who's presenting here from her dining room, it looks like. and she's going to be leading this item. Lisa?
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Good morning. Okay, are you able to see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for the introduction. I am here to present to you a requested action related to a change to our resource sale rules, as well as an update to the Commission's natural resources policy. So the presentation today supports our agency priorities of our strategic goal of resource protection, protecting, managing our resources for the future. And just an overview, I welcome you to ask questions throughout this presentation as they arise. But as Peter mentioned, this proposal will likely look quite familiar to you, as it's revisiting a rulemaking proposal that we brought to you back in April of this year. At the April Commission meeting, commissioners had voiced some concerns about some unclear wording in one section of the rulemaking proposal, as well as an interest in how they would continue to be involved in resource sales moving forward. So as a result of those concerns, staff has followed up with individual commissioners since then, as well as met with the Real Estate Committee on 3 separate occasions. And those conversations are now reflected in the proposal that you have before you today, both in terms of the rulemaking proposal, as well as a proposal to add a forest health section to the Commission's natural resource policy that is designed to complement the rule. So just to give you a quick overview, as you will be looking at 2 rulemaking proposals here in quick succession, the purpose of Washington Administrative Code, or WAC, is agency regulations that further define statutes. So we have statutory authority to adopt rules under RCW 79A05 that specifically gives the Commission authority to adopt, issue, and enforce rules pertaining to the use, care, and administration of state parks and parkways. WACs are typically used for either regulatory or interpretive or policy statements. I think most of us are more familiar with the regulatory type of rules, such as, dogs, requiring dogs on a leash. But the proposal I'm bringing to you today actually is on the policy side. It's a statement that would outline our internal approval process for resource sales. All state agencies essentially follow the same steps in adopting rules. And the first step is filing what's called a pre-proposal statement of inquiry with the Code Revisor's Office. What that basically means is it's a statement telling everybody, as it's published in the state register, that we're thinking of updating a particular rule. In this case, we filed a statement some months ago saying that we were interested in updating WAC 35228, which covers protection and conservation of state park natural resources. The following step is to draft rule language. And if this is a new rule, that could be a very extensive process. In our case, it was fairly straightforward, as they're fairly small changes that govern internal agency functions. Once that rule language is adopted, it's again filed with the Code Revisor's Office and published in the state register. And that publication and that rulemaking notice includes the options for public comment. So it actually advertises when we are planning to have this commission meeting and take public comment. We've also sent out postcards to stakeholders, making them aware of this rulemaking hearing today. So people have had the opportunity to send in written comments prior to today, where we will have the rulemaking hearing, as Commissioner Brown mentioned. We have not received any public comment prior to the commission meeting on this particular rulemaking proposal. So after the public hearing today, the commission will make a decision. And if this proposal is approved, we will move forward and file a rulemaking order to adopt the rule, and that rule will become effective 31 days after the filing. So the rulemaking proposal you have before you today is in two parts. The first part is what I would call the housekeeping section of our proposal. And we are proposing updating the definition section. Currently, our WAC 35228 has a definition section, but it also has definitions scattered throughout the chapter. So it makes sense to consolidate those all into one section, as well as to delete definitions that are not actually used elsewhere in the chapter. And then we're also proposing to update the definition of an emergency tree to be more consistent with what is used by the International Society of Arboriculture for assessing tree risk. That ISA definition is what our arborists use on the ground. So it makes sense for that definition to be reflected in agency rules as well. The second section of our rulemaking proposal is what is the more substantive section before you today. So when I talk about resource sales, what I'm typically talking about are timber sales associated with forest health treatments. The agency does forest health treatments for a variety of reasons, ranging from decreasing wildfire risk to accelerating old growth characteristics of a stand. We do these treatments for ecological reasons, and I can say that I am never aware of us ever doing a forest health treatment for the purpose of generating revenue. Sometimes it's a byproduct of a forest health treatment, but that happens fairly rarely. To give you some example, we did 18 forest health treatments last biennium, and none of them generated revenue. But on occasion, it does happen. And so we have rules regulating the approval of timber sales or resource sales. The current rules on the books state that for timber sale or resource sales over $25,000 in appraised value, that they will be approved by the commission, and under that threshold, approved by the director. The issue at hand is that $25,000 of appraised value is somewhat unclear. It can be interpreted in different ways, and it also does not reflect the impact that a project may have on the landscape. Other natural resource agencies use board feet rather than appraised value for approval of forest health projects. We feel that board feet does a much better job in terms of explaining the scale of a forest health project. So we're proposing using that board feet measure as opposed to a dollar value. And then we're also proposing new thresholds for approval of resource sales. So projects over 1 million board feet would require commission approval. Under that amount, 1 million board feet, but above 5,000 board feet would be approved at the director level. However, the director would be able to defer approval to the commission for a variety of reasons that may come up. Our previous proposal had included language that talked about the director could defer to the commission in cases of heightened public controversy. Commissioners felt that language was unclear, so we have removed it from the proposed rule before you today. And then finally, projects below 5,000 board feet would require approval of the natural resources manager. These are very small resource sales, like decked log sales that may be the result of a high wind event in a park. We might, for example, need to move trees out of a parking lot. And so these would be approved at a lower level. The second part of the proposal before you today would be some additions to the Commission's natural resources policy. So currently the policy addresses tree risk in developed landscapes, but it doesn't talk about forest health. So we would propose adding a definition of forest health to the definitions section of the policy. The definition that we're proposing is up here on the slide. It would be a concept of forest management for the purpose of building resilience to natural and human-caused disturbance by reducing risks and improving the structure and function of forest ecosystems. In state parks, forest health encompasses recreation, natural and cultural preservation considerations. The second part of the proposal would be to add a forest health section to the natural resources policy. And that forest health section would require staff to provide annual commission forest health updates. As we discussed back in April, there's currently no mechanism for staff to provide the commission with regular updates on its forest health work. The only time we really come to you to discuss forest health is in the rare instances where a resource sale is involved. When we bring you those resource sale items, a great deal of planning has already gone into the sale itself, and so it's more challenging to incorporate commission feedback. The proposal for an addition to the natural resource policy would require staff to provide an annual update, which would include a summary of work done the previous year, an outline of our plan for the upcoming year, as well as an accounting of any resource sales that have taken place in the prior year. But by providing you that plan for the upcoming year, it allows us to much more easily incorporate commission feedback on any forest health projects that we are looking to move forward in the coming year. The second element that we're proposing adding to the natural resources policy in the forest health section really simply repeats language that's already in the section addressing tree risk. And that says that we would formally dedicate expenditures of net cash proceeds from the sale of timber removed for forest health treatments, first to restoring the site, and then second to natural resource stewardship and related interpretation. This is the exact same language that's in the tree risk section, and it has been our practice to do this already. By dedicating these net cash proceeds, it ensures that we have money to clean up a site. And then in addition, as I mentioned, most of our forest health projects actually cost us money. So if we're able to reinvest any proceeds from timber sales, that allows us to move forward with doing additional forest health work. I would say that there's one additional benefit to this language. It helps to reassure the public that any timber sale that we're doing, we are reinvesting into stewardship of our parklands, as opposed to in some way carrying out timber sales to support the agency's operations. So the next steps we would have, if you approve this rule change today, is that staff will file that rulemaking order with the code revisor, and the rule would become effective 31 days after filing. And then staff would begin to provide those annual forest health updates to the commission as soon as there is space available on the commission agenda. So with that, I move to our requested action that we are bringing forward to you today. The first of which would be that we would declare this to be a public hearing for amending WAC 35228. That we would consider the data, views, and arguments submitted by any person on the proposed rules as published in the Washington State Register and which are attached to the requested action that you have before you. To formally amend WAC 35228, authorize the director to file the regulations and comply with all procedural requirements. And then separately, we are asking you to adopt proposed forest health additions to Commission Policy 7304, protecting Washington State's parks, natural resources. With that, I will pause and see if you have any specific questions related to this proposal.
Public hearing, Commissioner Bounds.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa, for that briefing. I do have a couple of questions. One pretty, I think, insignificant, but I was wondering what a significant tree was, so I Googled it, and lo and behold, there are lots of definitions of that. And you've got 10 inches, and my question is that consistent with DNR and Fish and Wildlife, and is that a standard that's pretty common in the
I think we manage things a little bit differently than DNR and Fish and Wildlife. So that is our own definition. That 10 inches has been in our rules for, well, I can't say forever, but I can definitely say for the last 20 years.
Okay, and under the consultation, I guess my question there is, it doesn't really, it just indicates if there's a significant trees in a natural area, not how many. So if there's one significant tree in a natural area where we're doing a forest management plan, we have to consult with DNR and Fish and Wildlife and have a public hearing?
Yes, so We are planning moving forward in the coming year to do a comprehensive update to both the natural resources policy as well as this WAC. So the proposal that we have before you today is limited to resource sales, but we will be looking more comprehensively at other elements of the WAC in concert with updating the natural resources policy.
Okay, so we can look forward to some additional review then of that
Yes.
section. Okay, thank you. And I have one other question, and that is, in the definition of forest health, we say reducing risk. And is it risk to the forest, the health of the forest? Is it risk to humans using the forest? Is it risk to facilities? Or is it risk to all of those?
I would say it's risk to all of us. We tend to have as humans, we tend to have a pretty human-focused definition of risk. But I would say it's risk to the forest, it's risk to all of those things.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to Commissioner Connolly.
The standard of the board feet, in like, just as I guess an estimate under current conditions, what amount would that be? Or do you have a range that you could provide? Is that possible?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
What would the value be of 1 million board feet, I guess?
That varies dramatically based on what we're on what type of thing. Right now, we're working on a project at Field Spring where most of this is going to be sold as pulp. That would be a much smaller value for that than if we were cutting larger trees. So there's not a standard value that I can provide you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Perez had her hand up. Commissioner
Yes.
Perez?
Yes, thank you. Just some clarification, and I know it's probably in here. In the forest health, past management practices, including fire suppression, have put Washington forests at higher risk of damage by wildfire, disease, and insects. And I'm assuming that includes non-native species and plants. So I was trying to find a little bit more on forest health treatment, including that non-native plant or non-native insect. So just because after a burned area, there's that burned area rehab. So I'm wondering if that rehab includes that non-native species management, long-term management plan. Because when I looked further and found the section on non-native species or invasive. Anyway, I was looking for the invasive species portion of the WAC, but I see that it's limited to recreation and heritage classified areas. So I was trying to see where that dot could be connected to forest health, especially if we're talking about wildfire and what our forest rehab and burned area rehab has with non-native plant management or non-native species management.
Well, I can tell you that it is practice. It's absolutely our practice to manage non-native species, both as part of forest health projects as well as post-burn. Given the substantial fire we've had recently at 25 Mile Creek, we're already working on a replanting plan to that to help to manage what we anticipate will be a flush of non-native species after that burn. We have dedicated forest health dollars specifically to managing non-native species in some of our forests. So it is part of our regular practice to address non-native species as part of our forest health work.
Yeah, because I read further down, it says the agency will dedicate the expenditures of any net cash proceeds from the sale as part of forest health treatments first to restoring vegetation and repairing treatment-related damage to facilities. So I was left with, where's the non-native plant or non-native species management section?
I guess as an ecologist, to me, restoring vegetation means that you need to manage that. It's an integral part of revegetation efforts.
Yeah, And I would agree with you from an ecologist perspective, but from a non-ecologist or somebody who's not a specialist, they may not understand that. But that's just feedback.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, Chair, I do
I
have
would like to ask our two,
I do have one, sorry.
I want to
After.
ask our two remote participants if they have questions. Commissioner Latimer, do you have any questions for staff before we open the public hearing?
And I apologize.
Commissioner
My
Milner.
bandwidth, I apologize. Low. Bandwidth.
Yes, I have several comments leading to the question. Good
Now,
morning.
Commissioner, are those comments, right now we're doing questions for staff on the staff recommendation. Comments on our action will come subsequently. So which category do your comments fall in?
Both. So I'll just ask the question now, which is, let's see, when we talked about reviewing the existing WAC, I understand, Lisa, that we're also talking about the document protecting Washington State Parks natural resources as well as WAC 352-2820. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Dannenberg?
I guess I'm asking a very similar question, but just I didn't quite get to it. So you had mentioned that there's going to be a comprehensive review of this WAC. If at that time, if there's any little cleanup that if there's any little cleanup to sort of what the action taken today, for example, the feedback from Commissioner Perez, that can be incorporated in the general revision in this sort of broader review. Is that accurate?
Okay, thank you, Commissioners. I had two questions, Lisa, on the WAC itself, and neither of them go to policy. They're just to help me be better informed. Let's see, page 9. Oh, I'm just wondering on page 9 of the actual WAC, we talk about certified arborist. Who does the certification?
Those are arborists that are certified by the International Society of Arboriculture. It's one of the requirements of the job description for our state park arborists.
Okay, and let's see, the next one's page 5. Well, this maybe touches on what Commissioner Bounds asked a little bit. I was just curious, we don't have a definition of failed. So what constitutes a failure on the part of a tree? Does that just mean imminent risk of falling over? Just maybe help me understand that just a little bit more.
Yes, I would say falling over.
Okay. All right. So colleagues, if there's no objection, we'll move to the public hearing and following appropriate protocols, declare this meeting now to be a public hearing for purposes of considering amendments to WAC 35228 and entertaining any public comments. The public hearing is now open. Becky, was this the only? So just looking for where the name is. This is Mr. Sacklecker. I'm sorry, I apologize. That's a little hard to read. Is your first name, sir? Would you please come forward and introduce yourself? And we allow 3 minutes for public hearing comments.
I will only use about a minute of my time and answer questions because I am an arborist. Okay. So what we have found was that the northernmost point of the Santa Cruz Mountain tree line comes up here. We confirmed that there are a grove of just a couple endangered species. One, the Welsh and Fred Meyer. We've determined that the bark in this desert heat doesn't turn, but that's a redwood grove. And then the one over by Hapo, right here, right down the street, that's a redwood tree too. So thus, in ancient times, it might be in its interest to keep the city council for its history and that we not destroy those things. Those are basically, we found them to be immortal trees. We've tested them out and they really don't burn, let's question. Now I know I got 10 seconds. I can tell you they've been under attack and siege, and with all these theories of what is evolution and such. I have found that one tree attacked with 9-inch spikes in it from the guests and people of creation versus that. I actually had to perform a tree surgery on it, me and the other guy, and actually heal it. And it was a very rough job, but we got it done. It's very important we keep it up, and I would hope that we don't ratify anything to anymore. But anybody have any questions about that from the panel? No? Okay, so that's just what we're feeling in the park rangers. I don't think any park rangers object. So if we could keep our endangered species up, I've enjoyed studying here and going back and forth from the Bay Area to here, working from Concord to here, seeing that some of the same trees are up. Well, given how ancient I am, some of us even believe that that they might even have soul, like as an ents or whatever. But I don't know. We don't want to go there. But thank you. Thank you for listening, everybody. And yes, we actually test the what's the nerve endings of the tree, and if it has a lot of vibrant, then we leave it alone. And if it seems to be a dormant tree and fading the neurologists of the the neuroceptors of the secondary roots and the roots, then we usually weed those ones out. We're very skilled at. We learn. These guys will learn. The gal and I have learned in parks ranging, so we hope that we keep it going.
Thank you, Chair, taking the time to come
I
and
will work.
appreciate your comments very much.
I'm sorry, can I get a quick clarification?
Sir, there's just one
Oh,
question.
And I'm sorry, I sort of missed this at the beginning. Where's the location?
What?
What location are we?
We're talking about the forestry, and we're on the subject of the Washington State Parks and Recreation Commission. For example, the one park over where we have a parks ranger station in the middle of the hub of Wellesian Way and what is that? Aaron Street. That's actually a protected park. We have a parks ranger station there. We've been keeping it there, but those plants are there. You see the ferns and everything, and the little shrubs and those trees that look like pine trees. Those are ancient redwoods. Going from there. I left the note for him. It's going all the way down to the 831 of the Santa Cruz County, not to Monterey Bay where I graduated Fort Ord, but yet we already know that. I've been doing arboretum work for the arboretum of both Pasco, which is for about 20 years off and on when I was in the Bay Area doing my constable work. I'm your city constable, Richardson, Pasco, kind of elected. I remember when I came here, it was April 18th of 2015. Yep, I've been here for 6.5 years. That's my primary function, just constable and PR officer for John Dan Plaza and our 6 in Dayton, and then I also work for Pasco too, which I don't start shooting. I had my cousin steady. I was at Lonnie Stedman doing Prosser in Benton City, West Richmond, and I have another cousin working there, covering for Alex McNeil, but he's not here anymore. Any questions? I'm here till 2042 either way. However you vote on this, I'm here till I need to wear my word, but we would like to see the arboretum go because it's good for tourism and it helps people come by and see. So, all right, we're good. All right. I'm going to let you vote.
Thank you very much. And he does have some written comments here, which I'll pass around that may provide a little bit more information. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any other additional comments or anyone else wishing to provide public comment on item E1. Hearing none, if there's no objection, we'll close this public hearing. And now, commission colleagues,
Mr.
a
Chair.
motion to adopt.
Mr. Chair, over here, Peter. Down here. So we would like to, staff would like to offer a friendly amendment to the requested action and conversation.
We'll get that on the table, and then let me think, we'll have to have. So council, let's see, we've got the action item in front of us in writing. If you're proposing a change to that, I guess we should make note of that now, and if there's no objection, we'll incorporate it then into the motion.
That would be our preference, and we do have it written up, so.
Thank you. So would you point that out to us where that's at?
It's going to be coming up on the screen momentarily. There it is. Commissioners, can you see that? So we'd like to offer a number 6 to the requested action in response to some of the comments that we've heard about wanting to take a deeper dive into the natural resources policy and the associated WACs that go with that. We are suggesting a number 6 that reads, direct staff to engage natural resources, stakeholders, and the public in reviewing, updating, and revising Commission Policy 73041, protecting Washington State Parks natural resources and any associated administrative rules for commission consideration by the end of the 21-23 biennium. So that's essentially our commitment to looking at both the policy and associated WACs by the end of this biennium and bringing any amendments, cleanups, and things that have been suggested here for commission consideration then.
Excellent. Thank you, Assistant Director. And I assume this too is somewhat in response to some concerns brought to your attention and several of us by Commissioner Milner. So if there's no objection, we'll include this recommended change in the staff recommendation. We'll have an opportunity to have discussion on it and any other elements of the staff recommendation, but a motion to adopt the staff recommendation with the addition of item 6 would be in order.
I have one real detailed question to Peter, and that is, well, when was the last time the natural resources policies were updated?
Formally in 2010.
Okay, thank you.
Long time.
I thought that was important to
Thank you,
understand.
Commissioner.
It's been
So
11
Commissioner
years.
Bounds, would you make a motion?
Sure. Also, I'll move to adopt the requested action, including item number 6.
Commissioner Dannenberg?
Second.
A second.
Thank you so much. So it's been properly moved and seconded to adopt the staff recommendation associated with item E1 as amended today to include additional item number 6. So commissioners, this would be an opportunity to now discuss the amendment. I know that Commissioner Milner, you've already expressed an interest in making some comments, and those would be in order now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is in the interest of transparency with the public. Lisa and I had discussions regarding the source material that we're acting on today. And so I just want to very briefly review the issues of concern, and they dovetail in many cases with comments made by other commissioners. First is the issue of consultation. And my comments do not mean to imply that Lisa's in agreement with me or vice versa or anything. These are just my observations. First is that on the issue of consultation, requiring and mandating a consultation with multiple agencies whose missions are different than ours under those circumstances identified in the WAC and in the policy. I don't think in this day and age, given the emphasis we have on catching up on forest health, that's necessary to mandate our staff to do that. I fully trust their abilities to make decisions and to reach out to other experts when necessary. The next comment has to do with the sort of chauvinism that's built into this WAC, which speaks to forest health. And one might imply from it that it is the only biome that we're interested in, which is clearly not the case. And so, in my view, we need administrative rule and policy that speaks to the health of all of our biotic and abiotic components, including invasive and native, as pointed out by Commissioner Perez. I also believe that there needs to be delineation between the definitions of conservation and preservation. And I'll just give an example here of the difference in history, the difference being that conservation practices are those that are specifically applied to working lands, preservation practices being those that are applied to natural and wild lands. And by way of example, to put into context, you could contrast a lawn play area in a state park with a prairie, or you could contrast a tree plantation, which we don't have, with a forest. The practices that differentiate on the basis of ethics, which is conservation is based on wise use, based upon the values of humanity, whereas preservation is based on wise management, based on the interests of nature as espoused by nature. And then I will leave it at that, but I felt it should be on the record just as a matter of transparency. And thank you very much, Lisa, for your excellent presentation.
Are there further questions or comments on the motion before the commission? Commissioner Latimer in particular, I just want to make sure we don't I don't see any hand up or anything. So commissioners, if there's no additional questions or comments, the question before the commission is adoption of the motion to approve the staff recommendation on item E1 with the inclusion of an additional item 6. If you're ready for the vote, all those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Opposed, same. I'm sorry. All those in favor, Commissioner Milner, yes. Commissioner Latimer?
That was an aye. That was an aye.
So it's unanimous. Then we have 7 yes votes. But I guess for the record, I'll just ask, are there any no votes? So by your action, we have acted on item E1. Thank you, Lisa and Peter and others. Good work. And I think we've been talking about this a long time. And those of us on the real estate committee, an even longer period of time. So well done and good work. So commissioners, we're now going to move to item E2. And as a reminder, this is also an action item that requires a public hearing. So we'll hear the staff report, see if you have questions on the staff report, go through the public process, and then come back for action on the item. And so let me get back to, I know Rob is going to lead this off. Were there any, I'm sorry, I don't have my agenda right in front of me. Director, were there any introductory comments before we turn it over to Rob?
No, sir. Just introducing Rob Sindak.
Okay, Rob, please go ahead. And we've kind of gotten used to holding our questions until after the staff report. If that works for you, that'll work for us.
It does. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Chair Latimer, Vice Chair Brown, members of the commission, executive leadership, staff, and public. My name is Rob Sindak, and I have the pleasure of serving as the boating program manager and as the state's boating law administrator. And in a moment here, I'm going to start my presentation. I was with you in July, giving you a report on these housekeeping items, updating a number of WACs related to recreational boating safety. And so we are going to start with that presentation here in just a moment, and I'm going to be requesting action from you here momentarily. I just want to take a brief moment and also thank you for your time on Tuesday afternoon engaging with our marine law enforcement partners and community members that support the boating program. I know that they were honored to have a chance to spend some time with you, and I've received multiple thank yous from those marine law enforcement agencies for the opportunity to engage with you. So thanks for engaging with them. And with that, I'm going to share my screen here, hopefully. And can you see my screen?
Yes.
Excellent. So these items supporting agency priorities, these items support the customer experience in parks and on our state waterways. In a marine environment, understanding the rules of the road keep people safe. Having life vests that are in good condition with proper Coast Guard approving language and immediately available on your vessel is not only law, but it will help keep mariners safe in the event of an emergency. And also having updated fire extinguishers on board and the proper number in relation to the vessel size will once again keep people safe. An overview of this item is a requested action. Reminder, little background, the boating program is responsible for establishing and maintaining rules that govern recreational boating in Washington state. And these rules are enforced by our local and state marine law enforcement agencies. This item provides an overview on proposed updates to agency rules on personal flotation devices required, fire extinguishers required, and the uniform waterway marking system, and it requests the commission to update the Washington Administrative Codes. These changes are housekeeping and will align WACs with the Code of Federal Regulations related to recreational boating. And aligning agency rules with federal law will set a common rules standard in place regardless of jurisdictional control, and will enable consistent safety education and compliance by marine law enforcement. The first WAC 352-66 Uniform Waterway Marking System. It actually updates the title of the WAC chapter to United States Aids to Navigation. There are numerous definitions that get updated. Again, housekeeping items such as aid to navigation and beacons. And all of these updates are aligning this WAC with the Code of Federal Regulation, aligning the WAC with federal law. The next WAC 35260-030, personal flotation devices required. This updates personal flotation device, the labeling system, and it actually harmonizes life jacket language to sync with Canadian and European standards. It further defines what it means to have a personal flotation device on board and in good condition. And again, this is a housekeeping item. This also updates the WAC with the Code of Federal Regulations. And as you can see by that photo, I have vested interest in making sure we have proper and safe and up-to-date life vests on our vessels. The final WAC, 352-60-080, fire extinguisher required. This item updates the organization that can actually approve manufactured extinguishers. Currently, the Coast Guard and also Underwriters Laboratory now have the authority to approve the extinguishers for product standards. This item changes the naming of classification labels of certain types of extinguishers. And again, once again, this is a housekeeping item. It will align our language with the Code of Federal Regulations, with federal law. Our requested action today is to declare a public hearing for updating WAC 352-66, WAC 352-60-030, and WAC 352-60-080. Consider any public comments, which we did not receive any. And note, I also engaged with our advisory council and stakeholders of the program in the last few months, let them know that we were doing this, and we did not receive any feedback or comments from any of our stakeholders also. We're going to ask to amend those three WACs and then authorize the director to file the regulations and comply with procedural requirements. And so at this point, that is the end of my slide presentation, and I am obviously available for questions.
Well, thank you, Rob. Good presentation. I think this is pretty fresh in our memory since you were just with us in July giving us a preview of this. Let me turn to my colleagues and ask before we open the public hearing if there are any questions of the staff recommendations. I've got no one here. What about Commissioners Latimer and Milner? Do either of you have any questions for Rob?
Yes.
Okay, it looks like Commissioner Milner might have a hand up. Commissioner Milner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for you, Rob. This, when I read material that's appended to the the requested action. I asked myself, why the CFRs recognize and adopt WAC, and then just concentrate on anything that we would go above and beyond the regulations in the narrative. This seems like we're to reproduce the CFR.
Rob, could you hear that? It's a little bit choppy on our end.
It was also choppy on my end. I unfortunately did not hear that question.
Let me try again. Is this better?
Much better.
Good. So as I read the materials, a question came into my mind. Why not just adopt the CFR in the WAC and then cite the specific additions or going above and beyond the CFRs in the WAC? That way you don't have to come back and keep revising the WAC every time the federal government makes changes. Just an administrative question, Rob.
Yeah, and Commissioner Milner, it's a good question because there are from time to time changes in federal law. My simple answer and transparent answer is to you, because this was recommended to me by folks to do it this way internally within the operations division at State Parks, and we felt that this was the most efficient way for us to do this. And just a side note, a number of these are years in the making. A number of these updates have been out there waiting for us to update them for years, specifically the navigational aids one. So that's just a side note to that.
So don't imply from my comment that I'm not happy to see you every year to talk about these WACs. Good job, Rob. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chair, maybe a question for our counsel, Andy Wu, if you care to. I think Commissioner Milner's question is a good one in terms of our ability to adopt by reference, in this case, Code of Federal Regulations. Is there anything that would inhibit us in the future relative to WAC amendments where we could simply adopt, in this case, a CFR by reference?
There's nothing that prohibits you from doing that, and I don't want to go into too many details here in an open session, but it's ultimately a policy call for the agency to decide what is going to be the most helpful for your recreational users.
Thank you.
My core concern, if I may, is confusion that could be generated in enforcement if in fact our WAC is out of date with the CFR. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I actually had one question, and again, this is a learning moment for me and doesn't really go to the policy, but I came to a word on page 25 of the proposed WAC amendments. And I bet everybody on this panel knows the answer to this, but me. What is a Newton?
A Newton is a metric delineation. That is now the new calculation for what used to be poundage for life jacket standardization.
May I?
Okay.
May I? It's the metric version, the SI version of force.
All right, well, thank you. So at this time, if there's nothing further, I am going to declare this meeting now a public hearing for purposes of considering public comments on proposed amendments to WAC 35266, 3526030, and 35260.080. Are there any public comments that we've received? And no one in the audience? Going once, going twice? Seeing none, if there's no objections, I'll close the public hearing. A motion to adopt the staff recommendations relative to item E2 would be in order.
So moved.
Properly moved.
Second.
Okay, properly moved and seconded that the staff recommendation to item E2 be agreed to by the commission. Are there any additional questions or comments? Any additional questions or comments? Hearing none, question is adoption of the staff recommendations on item E2. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
And now any opposed, same sign. All right, the item is complete. We're running a little bit ahead of schedule, so what I'd like to propose is that we now take our break for 20 minutes and come right back at 11 o'clock. I've talked to the director and we'll move his report to 11 o'clock. I don't know that there's anyone signed up from the public. We have one. We have three. Okay, so we'll get to that then. And if there's no objections, then please be back here at 11 a.m. Regular meeting of the Washington State Parks and Recreation Commission is back in session. For those that have come to offer public comments, we will go to those items at 11:15 as published in our agenda. But now we'll go to the director's report, and if we need to, he'll pause and we'll do the public comments, and then we'll resume his report. But Commissioner, the time is yours.
As your director, it's a pleasure to share an update with you on activities I, as well as members of your leadership team, have been engaged in since our last convening in July. Before I get underway, I want to acknowledge and give thanks to a number of individuals. First, our City of Richland hosts, Mayor Ryan Luxon and City Manager John Edmundson. We're really appreciative for their hosting of us here at the City of Richland, and we'll soon be hearing from their Parks and Facilities Director at 1 p.m. today. I also want to give gratitude and thanks to Mahar Ignacio. Thank you, Mahar, for your ongoing technical assistance and adapting to helping facilitate the commission convenings in virtual state as well as hybrid state. And we wouldn't be able to make this happen without your support and technology know-how. So thank you for that. I also want to acknowledge the great hosts our staff have provided to us during our stay here in Richland. So many thanks to Scott Griffith, Audra Sims, Mary Keffer, as well as our partner at the Confluence Project, Executive Director Colin Fogarty. So much appreciation and thanks to staff for exceptional hosting of us during our stay here in the Richland and Blue Mountain region. I'd like to cover a few things I know of our importance to the commission. First off is our ongoing commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We have completed some listening sessions, which have been intended to better engage various audiences so we can become more informed and more aware of opportunities to reflect and demonstrate our commitments to diversity, equity, and inclusion and environmental justice. We engaged in 2 external listening sessions with various allied groups, members of outdoor recreation communities. We also conducted 4 internal listening sessions over the last several months, facilitated by staff, and have gleaned helpful, insightful input into how we can be more reflective on matters related to populations that may not be well served or have felt as welcome as they could be. That will continue to inform our efforts going forward. I expect to make an announcement soon relative to the recruitment for our Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Director. You should hear from me by no later than early next week on that. I feel very good and very excited about where we find ourselves with a candidate. That candidate and I will be having some discussion tomorrow. We have engaged a strategic advisor, Sean Watts, who's been very involved in the conservation field, and particularly as it relates to addressing matters related to diversity and equity. We're very fortunate to have acquired some of his talents to serve as a strategic advisor and coach for our executive leadership team and as the agency. It's my hope at some point in the near future, we'll have an opportunity to formally introduce you to him. And this is in addition, obviously, to our internal leadership that we're acquiring through our DEI director. We also are in the process of completing our internal assessments in collaboration with the State Office of State Equity Office and Dr. Johnson. So we'll be concluding that assessment work here in the days and weeks ahead and submitting that to the Equity Office. We've also distributed a number of surveys seeking input and thoughts about how Washington State parks and outdoor recreation agencies can be more inclusive and welcoming. And we've distributed out those surveys far and wide in collaboration with Department of Natural Resources, Fish and Wildlife, and the Recreation Conservation Office. The results and data from those surveys go directly to the State Equity Office. Additionally, have been made a point of being active in visiting a number of our parks and recreation areas throughout the system. I was able to visit 40 additional sites since I last saw you in July, particularly focused in the Southwest region and the Northwest region. For those tracking at home, I have now been to 96 of our park sites. So look forward to working towards that 125 in the months ahead and as we enter into next season. But my focus will shift a little bit more inward and in our operations and administration here in the weeks and months ahead, just given some of the challenges that we face. I did visit some of the front lines, or close to the front lines as I could, relative to our wildfires in eastern Washington. Met with staff at 25 Mile Creek, which, as Assistant Director Sternbach noted, is one of our fire camps. Met with a fire crew from LeGrand, Oregon, and conveyed thanks to them on behalf of this commission for their gallant work and efforts in preserving life and property, including our state parks properties. And as the Assistant Director noted, we'll have a deeper report for you at your next convening. We are engaged in some ongoing recruitments for our Human Resources Director and Trails Program Manager. We'll be engaged in some interviews beginning next week. We have 7 candidates that we've advanced for Trails Program Manager. We're very excited about the pool of candidates, very high caliber candidate pool there, and we're currently screening candidates for Human Resources Director. We also, as part of those recruitments, have engaged in a particular strategy of developing a survey that we have shared with quite a few external groups, affinity groups, trail users, members of various trade groups, to seek and solicit their input and ideas for the priorities that these positions should focus their efforts on, particular desirable characteristics and skill sets. Identifying some priorities in their view, and then again, how their organization or they themselves could help this position be successful as they come into the organization, and vice versa, how this role can be helpful to advancing their particular interests and values. That kind of feedback and input externally is really important to me and to the agency. As you'll be briefed here momentarily, staff have been working hard on the supplemental budget process, and Assistant Director Kim Marshall will be sharing the fruits of that hard labor subsequently, and I want to acknowledge the hard work by Kim and her staff in putting that together for your consideration. Also, just as a matter of course, a number of other areas that I've been highly engaged in with partners have met with the City of Issaquah Mayor about our Lake Sammamish partnership and exploring continued opportunities there in partnership with the city and state parks. We had a very good discussion there recently. Also, in conversations with multiple agencies around youth engagement, led by Greg Williamson from the Department of Children and Youth Family Services. So I'm really excited about some of the organic efforts that are happening across different agencies to better engage youth, whether that's at a policy level or whether that's actively helping inform and develop and deploy different programs or services. Also in conversations with a trusted and known expert in homelessness response and coordination and support, Colin DeForest, and the operations folks will be working with Colin in the future and helping us kind of frame our approach and strategy towards assisting individuals who may be houseless, and look forward to Colin's partnership with us. Also, we've been engaged with the Washington State Tourism Alliance and the good folks in the community of Wenatchee who have developed the TREAD app. And that app is looking to be deployed statewide. It provides real-time data around recreational use. This is what we can foresee as could be a really valuable tool to help inform users of where there's high impacts, and to help inform those users to perhaps pursue other recreational sites that may be less busy or dense. And so we are in conversations there about how we can best support the further development of that app and incorporate it into some of our other web activities, and also demonstrate our commitment around conservation, trying to minimize some of the impacts that are happening out there on our lands due to folks discovering how wonderful our outdoor recreation areas are, particularly in a pandemic. As Commissioner Connolly noted, we had a great opportunity to get acquainted and conduct a new commissioner orientation, and we developed some brand new materials to help onboard commissioners, and we'll continue to revise and improve upon that, and would welcome your eyes on that as well. No pride in ownership here, but working to really help develop some materials that help our new commissioners or those considering becoming a commissioner a little bit about what state parks is all about and the role of the commission led agency. So appreciated that. And I also had the opportunity to represent state parks with the Seattle Seahawks on the Palouse Cascade Trails in South Cle Elum, meeting up with Blitz as he rode across the state, and for promotion and awareness around that important charity, and State Parks was proud to be a partner there. I can say during my time in South Cle Elum, I was absolutely amazed with how many cyclists were on the trail in the 3-hour period that I was there. It was really great to see. And I will mention the Rosario Resort property on Orcas Island. Is I think the commission is aware that property has been marketed for sale. There, we have had some discussions with the ownership group, as well as other interested parties around the future of that property or properties. It includes about 6 or 7 different parcels. What we've learned through those discussions is there is a preferred purchaser of the property who we understand is going to be an incredible, fabulous steward should that transaction go through. And we look forward to getting introduced to them and partnering with them on Orcas Island and making important connections between those properties and our Moran State Park, which is celebrating its 100th anniversary this year. I'll just bring to a close some comments, and then I'll shift it back to the chair, and then I'll come back and close out with some comments about the vaccine mandate, and some processes are unfolding there. But my last comment before I do so, the agency is involved in a committed body of work around organizational development, working together as a leadership team and deeper into the organization with the assistance of Barry Dunn consultants who are working with us on our leadership work and coming together as a team and helping facilitate our work through this really incredible time of change in the agency and the organization for all sorts of different reasons. I'm really grateful for their outside expertise and for staff's active participation. We'll be engaging in a round 2 of work with them. I mentioned Sean Watts on our DEI journey, and then lastly with Burke Consultants, we've engaged Burke in a detailed effort to assist us in our park development efforts and be as effective as we can given the bulk of work that we have on our plate, some of the staffing challenges that we have, and they'll be helping advise us as to putting our best foot forward to assure that we're delivering projects effectively and efficiently. So I'll hold my other comments, Chair, and yield
Just
to you.
just one other thing. I know we were going to try to talk about this, have some private time, but why don't you just, if you wouldn't mind, just share with everybody when we come back, what you're thinking along with the assistant director and others regarding Fort Simcoe follow-up.
Okay.
So we'll pause the director's report, and in keeping with our procedures, we always make time available on our agenda to hear from the general public on matters that are not otherwise on our agenda, and that's where we're at. There are 3 people that have asked to speak. I'd have them come forward, identify themselves briefly. We do have their names and numbers here, so you don't have to give up your time giving us an address or anything. We do ask that you confine your remarks to 3 minutes. And the first is, Lori Ann Ness from right here in Richland. Lori, would you please come forward, and good morning and thank you for being here.
One of my,
Yes, ma'am.
my name's Lori Ness. I'm an avid birder.
So you're probably going to need to speak right into that mic to make sure we can all hear you.
Copy. Hey, I'm an avid birder, wildlife biologist, retired. And I'm also a grateful user and supportive of the Washington State Parks and a native of Washington throughout my life. I've used the parks, and as a matter of fact, tonight my family and I are going to Brooks Memorial State Park to begin for a couple nights to begin a bird count, which we do semi-annually, basically, and puts us right where we need to be. So it's just wonderful. So generally, we use the parks quite a bit throughout the year, whether they're open or closed, particularly for birds, and also hiking. And I've found that the visitors of the park are friendly, relaxed, open, observant, and appreciative. And I'm very happy to be there. And basically, if war games are going to be happening in these 29 parks, my whole demeanor is going to change to suspicious of others, and I'll be anxious and I'll be hypervigilant. So I want, and I have to say I'm resentful that the commission has deviated, or in this vote, deviated from their mission without enough public input. I feel like if there was a sign at every one of these 29 parks, and you kept track of, saying basically at any time covert operations could happen here, and you won't know, you won't be told about this. I would really like to see, what people, how the attendance would be, even during a pandemic. So there's that. Also, I feel like the military is not accountable to I don't think they're accountable to themselves, honestly. I appreciate the military, but the transparency, that's counter to what we're doing here. This is a state agency. The idea is that we are transparent and accountable. You're handing over to the military, who is known not to be accountable or transparent, because that's not their mission. Our mission here, or your mission, is to be open and transparent and involve the people. And the damage, environmental damage and socioeconomic damage that can be caused by the visitors of the park will go unnoticed, most likely. This also creates a tension for me personally as a birder. I bird by myself a lot. And I often bird less traveled areas. I'll bird dense vegetation. And I get really focused on birds. And I have a hard time knowing whether, I want to feel safe while I'm by myself out there. Is that a timer for me?
It was.
Okay. One last thing, can I just add?
Yes.
This in-person, have to show up. This is counter to any other of the public meetings I've ever done. Why can't, you're at risk, I'm at risk of COVID by doing this virtual or not by not letting virtual comments. A very simple inclusion issue would be to let people virtually comment, like every other agency does. WDFW does it. All other agencies that I've been in have done that. So please do that. It's so simple. On your inclusion program, please add that. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to come. Appreciate it very much. Well, next, this is just the order. These were handed to me. Craig S. Sire came all the way from Langley. Welcome and thank you for being here. You have 3 minutes, and again, just your name for the record and have at it.
Good morning. My name is Craig Sear, and I am a Langley City Council member. And I'm pleased to be here this morning driving over from Whidbey Island, which is home to 7 Washington State parks. And I thank you for your work as commissioners on the Washington State Parks Recreation Commission. In December of 2020, the Langley City Council passed resolution number 810 in opposition to military warfare training in our Washington State parks. I am here representing that resolution and the citizens of Langley who are resolutely opposed. There are many other organizations and municipalities who join Langley in opposition, such as Coupeville, Fort Townsend Marine Resources Board, and statewide organizations such as the Sierra Club and the Washington State Natural Heritage, among many others. I grew up in a Midwest family that loved the outdoors and loved the national parks. Every summer, we drove to the American West, Colorado, Wyoming, Arizona, Montana. We camped and hiked and fished in those national parks. In Scouts, I participated in multiple 50-mile adventures, a 50-mile hiking trek at the Philmont Scout Ranch in New Mexico, or at the Charles L. Summers Canoe Base in the Boundary Waters area of Minnesota and Canada, where my friends and I paddled 50 miles. These were such formative experiences as a youth. Arriving in the Puget Sound, I anticipated visiting the incredible national parks that I was aware of, and as well as the Pacific Crest Trail. I was astounded to discover the equally incredible Washington State Park system. My wife and I have a goal of visiting each park, and I'm way behind whoever was speaking a minute ago. I certainly have not gotten to as many as you have. But we will be adding Fort Worden to our list next week. The state parks fill me with a sense of wonder, such as Fort Eby with its sweeping views of the Strait of Juan de Fuca, and the Olympics, and the beach park at Dungeness Spit with its 5-mile walk out to the lighthouse. And so it was with shock and dismay that I encountered the proposal from the U.S. Navy to use our coastal state parks for military warfare training. It is wrong on so many levels, aptly summarized by the following clause in the City of Langley resolution, quote, military training is simply not the responsibility of Washington State Parks. It does not align with the mission, the values, and the mission, the vision, and the core values of Washington State Parks. And I want to thank Commissioners Sophia Dannenberg, Diana Perez, and Ken Bounds for your opposition to this proposal via your nay votes on January 28th. So as you consider the budget, please be mindful of the continuing and future staff hours that are being wasted on this wrong-headed proposal. And at your earliest opportunity, please revisit and examine this issue. Finally, I am mindful of the privilege that I have to take a day off from work and be here. Many thousands of park-going citizens do not have schedule flexibility or the resources to travel the Cascades to be here. I am really pleased to see Fort Worden on the January 22 schedule. Please ensure that it stays on the schedule and accommodate others with similar opinions as mine. So thank you and see you in January. One last note, I really was heartened to hear about the formation of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. And the City of Langley has a similar group focused exactly on those issues. Perhaps the two groups could collaborate.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you for taking the effort to travel all the way over here. The final person, unless there's been someone since, that has asked to speak is Patrick Paulson. And Mr. Paulson is from Richland. Mr. Paulson, please come forward. This would be your opportunity to share your comments with us. And again, we try to keep them to about 3 minutes and we'll be fair to everybody.
Good day, I'm Patrick Paulson. I'm here and I would like to ask the commission to reconsider its decision to allow military training in state parks. The vision statement of the commission from the your website states, vision statement of this commission is that the state parks will be cherished destinations with natural, cultural, recreational, artistic, and interpretive experiences that all Washingtonians enjoy, appreciate, and proudly support. Nothing in this vision is compatible with combat troop training, including covert surveillance, while park users are engaged in the restful and recreational experiences that are unique to our state parks. Our treasured public parks are for recreation and renewal, not warfare training. While I understand and support the need for military personnel training, I feel our federal tax dollars should provide our military with the funds it needs to keep our troops fully trained without impinging on our ability to engage peacefully with nature within our parks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to just make one comment on virtual testimony. Becky I've got the son right here. She's here. You know, we have raised that issue of enabling people to testify through virtual means. This is only the second meeting we've had in person. I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but what we've been told is that our technology is under, if you will, the umbrella, the auspices of the state system, and that we haven't had the capability of doing that with those constraints. It's frustrating to me because I live in a city where the city council, Lacey, does take virtual testimony when they were meeting virtually. And I don't know if they're still taking virtual testimony when they're meeting in person, but we're interested in that. We've been raising that question, and so far the information that we've gotten is that it's simply not possible. So are we still looking into that, our executive assistant, Becky Ellison?
We are, myself and Harley Graves, our IT chief, and Assistant Director Kimberly Marshall are actively working on getting that. It's, we would have to get different software. We're actively working on it though.
Okay, thank you for that.
So,
Commissioner Dannenberg?
I mean, I just might add, I think that the distinction that you made at the end there is the hybrid format.
A little bit louder.
The distinction that you started to hint at the end there is the hybrid format. So so when we're all virtual, I think that that's a different challenge than when there's this hybrid format where you can see we're even struggling to keep our commissioners and be able to hear our fellow commissioners clearly. So I do think that adds an additional challenge. I will note that there is this sort of issue about us having in-person versus virtual meetings in general as the pandemic sort of comes and goes. And I had noted that when it was brought to me whether we should consider moving this particular meeting to virtual, it was after the deadline for us to change the WACs, the location in our two notices for the WACs. So we just voted on two changes to the WACs, one of which has been on our agenda since January, I think, and we've had to, since it's been 2 meetings at least. We had to take it off our agenda at our last meeting because we changed the location because of the smoke from outdoor to indoor. So if we had changed this meeting to virtual, we once again would have had to take those 2 WACs off the agenda, and then had to delay it for yet another meeting. So in my view, there was sort of this additional issue of a long delayed necessary action that we needed to take, and Washington state law would not have allowed us to take that action had we actually changed this meeting to virtual. So I think there's just a lot going on. It's not as simple. Otherwise, I might have been a proponent for changing this. but
Thank you
as
for
it
that,
turns out, yeah.
Information. Commissioner Bounds?
And I just add, not to diminish the value of in-person testimony at all, but we read all the comments we receive. I certainly read all the Navy comments before, and we'll read them in the future. And so don't feel like you have to be here to get your voice, have your voice heard. A lot of times you can get more than 3 minutes worth of communication in a written testimony. I can verify that because it's certainly taken me more than 3 minutes to read a lot of comments about when we were going through the Navy decision. So I just want to encourage people. That's a good way to communicate. We do read the input, and it not to diminish the in-person, the value of people also coming and taking the time to comment. So thank you for your input.
Thank you, Commissioner. So colleagues, we're going to return to our regular order and continue with the director's report. And actually, Director, if we stay on schedule now, we can actually give you another 15 minutes, and maybe there will be some questions and a chance for us to dialogue on some issues. But please continue.
Thank you, Chair. I only have a few more comments to wrap up, and then I yield to the Commission for any dialogue or discussion. I noted your interest to discuss the Fort Simcoe matter, which you and others raised at our last convening in Spokane, about exploring how we can more effectively articulate the story that has unfolded there. And so I want to note that I believe Assistant Director Herzog and our Policy Legislative Affairs Director Owen Rowe have been working on an approach there that would engage representatives of this commission in some future discussion or dialogue. So I do want to yield to those two who have the most up-to-date information. So Peter, do you want to share for the commission just a little bit of an update there?
Feel something's come between us. No, this is, we did meet on the topic and have met with field staff.
Maybe a little closer to your microphone, please.
We met with the local field staff and with the region manager, Scott Griffith, and a number of our folks from headquarters, and Ryan Carlson from our interpretive program as well. So we've been thinking a lot about this. I don't want to state the degree to which we have a plan per se in place, but our general approach is now looking like we are going to start with speaking with people we know in the tribe and starting to have the broader conversation with them, and then continue to advance that up the chain, if you will. And so then at some point, this would likely end up between the director and the tribal council in a formal consultation. And so we're welcoming participation from commissioners in various venues. But our thought is that our best course of action, at least immediately, is just to start having the conversation with the folks that we know and at the low level to understand where the tribe is on this and their willingness to move forward on anything, and understand sort of how receptive they are and where they are in their own feelings on the topic, and then from there we would sort of impart our desire to do something and to be helping them to tell that story, helping them to tell our story in tandem with that, and then move from there. So it really is a bottom-up approach that we're considering here, moving forward with as the first step. And so I'll stop there. So it's not an enormous plan, but again, it's something that this type of super sensitive issue, I believe, warrants a kind of a bottom-up interpersonal approach to start with.
And I would, if I could, just, Mr. Director, if you don't mind, I'd just say that when we gave the report on the executive committee, I don't believe that any of us mentioned that we also had this item on the agenda for the executive committee. And the director and assistant director brought Ryan Carlson. Am I confusing that with real estate? No, that was the executive committee. Brought in Ryan Carlson, and I don't know Ryan's exact title, but he is our chief interpretive officer for the agency and runs our interpretive program. He did give us a little more detail than we had in July over the history of that relationship and the decisions that were made back in the 1950s in terms of how we would interpret that park and the focus. And so that narrow focus that we have now on that 2 years was actually embodied in the original decisions that were made in terms of how we would manage and interpret that site. So, I mean, we've been doing that forever in terms of our relationship at that park. So I'm sorry, please go ahead.
No, thank you, Chair. I just for the commission's sake, we were very committed to working through that matter in a very delicate and appropriate and respectful manner. And I really appreciate Assistant Director Herzog and Director Rowe collaborating in that effort. And we will continue to apprise you of our efforts there as we go. The last two matters I'd just like to share with you. First is around our vaccine mandate, and as staff shared in detail yesterday, Washington State Parks is working through a very difficult and challenging time to operationalize, as you know, the governor's mandate for vaccine to be undertaken by all employees of state agencies, state parks inclusive of that order. We've been working diligently, as you heard yesterday, in operationalizing that order, in working with a variety of folks at state HR and the Attorney General's office. I just want to really again thank our HR team and Becky Daniels, who have weathered this latest storm, and the executive leadership team who's come together in a modified incident command structure to help facilitate implementing this mandate. And so, as you can imagine, this has been an all hands on deck here for many weeks. And I want to pause here to note that several of us recently attended the National Association of State Parks Directors Conference in Pennsylvania. And I'd like to just read quickly here a commendation from the directors of the National Association of State Park Directors. Whereas in 2020, the United States was part of a worldwide pandemic of coronavirus disease 2019, or COVID-19. Whereas a national emergency was declared by the President of the United States on March 13, 2020, and states of emergency were declared by governors across the nation. Whereas the declarations of emergency resulted in the closure of numerous businesses, schools, and other facilities and services normally open to the public. Whereas in these times of mental, physical, and economic distress, direct access to nature and as proven restorative properties was more important to our nation than ever. Whereas our nation's park system saw unprecedented demand for access to the outdoors, while at the same time experiencing hiring freezes, spending freezes, reduction in staff, and budget cuts. Whereas in spite of all the challenges, employees of state park systems across the country continue to work diligently and creatively to provide safe access to the outdoors for the citizens of the nation to help them maintain their physical and mental health. Whereas state park employees perform this public service while also caring for themselves and their families. Now, therefore, we, the directors of America's State Parks, at our 2021 annual conference, hereby acknowledge the extraordinary service of state parks employees across the nation, and with heartfelt gratitude, commend them for their dedication and perseverance during the COVID-19 pandemic. Signed by Executive Director Louis Ledford of America's State Parks. And it's with that sentiment that I convey my heartfelt respect to our employees across the state, very dedicated and who are struggling with some very challenging decisions in front of them and their families. We continue to communicate effectively, routinely with them through a number of means, through video, through traditional email, memos, our use of our intranet to give our staff the best informed information as possible. Really appreciate Anna Gill and the communications team's efforts in collaborating with HR to make that happen. So many thanks and appreciation to our staff. I'd like to end with something else from our time at the State Parks Conference in Pennsylvania. Washington State Parks was called out and recognized with an award as being a leader in a healthy park system. I want to express my gratitude to former Director Don Hawk, the leadership team and staff who this award reflects their hard work and dedication. I just happened to be the person at the helm 6 months in who accepted the award on behalf of the agency and on behalf of the commission. It was my honor to do so. We were recognized for our Parks RX program that Owen Rowe has helped shepherd and lead in the agency, for our Healthy Food program, and for our Bark Ranger program. And so in a moment, I'm going to stand up and grab the plaque and present it to you, Commissioner Brown. And so I'll do that now. This is a plaque presented to Washington State Parks in 2020 for the National Healthy State Park System Award for outstanding nutrition and physical activities practices.
So my suggestion is, if Ann is going to capture this for history, is that all my colleagues join me right here and keep your mask on, but let's just all share this together. And sorry, we can't do that with Commissioner Latimer and Milner, but right.
Well, we should acknowledge Commissioner Milner's RX initiative that really helped with this.
Okay. Excellent, excellent. Oh, that's a, whoop. We're changing chairs here. Well, that's a good note to pause on, and hopefully we might have some time later in our agenda if there are any other comments, questions, or dialogue we want to have with the director, but that was a great report. Thank you. And we're pretty much, oh, yeah.
Same.
Yes.
Question for the director, Chair.
Yes, I know. You
Okay.
go ahead.
All right. Thank you for a great report, Director Peter. I just had a request if I could get a copy of that resolution that you read.
Passing around right now.
Awesome. And on the TREAD app that you mentioned, I just have to share that what for me, when I hear the word TREAD, it triggers something very different, which is that tread on those who tread on you type issue that's going on outside of our world. So just recognizing that many people have different situations on where they're at with the word tread. So just, I know we can't change it, but I just want to acknowledge that when we think about words and vocabulary and so forth, that it can mean different things to different people.
Thank you for that. And it's an acronym for a group that formed in Wenatchee. And so they carried that acronym for the app, but that very helpful to have that perspective. Thank you for sharing that.
Commissioner?
This probably can't be, I mean, if you can't answer it, that's fantastic. But otherwise, I think it was Assistant Director Marshall. I can't remember who had mentioned yesterday that there had been a focus on engaging women-owned businesses in particular, and that it's become a challenge that, in fact, women-owned businesses are not finding any value in certification. And you had mentioned several consultants that have been brought on board, and I'm wondering whether there has been, an attempt. I do think, especially as we look at certain DEI efforts, there's a tendency to then forget about other aspects of diversity. And if we are making sort of an attempt to, engage women-owned businesses, or to at least look at them,
Great point. Is one of our first activities, early activities with our DEI effort as we bring on our DEI director and engage in this work with Sean Watts, will be a comprehensive review of our policies and our practices, including procurement, including commitment towards MWBE goals and setting some targets. So that will provide us a real opportunity to do some further assessment as part of that policy review and work.
I'm just was texting him, but it looks like Commissioner Milner has his hand up. I don't know if that's from before or contemporary to this.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please proceed.
So, in phrase this. I've said before, on a nationwide basis, the role of the state park systems is to absorb a very heavy amount of recreational use. and in part because of the Wilderness Act, which one of the tenets of the Wilderness Act is to preserve the wilderness experience. And I can tell you that in the last 2 seasons, we are falling behind collectively. All state parks are falling behind in that mission. You cannot go up to, for instance, the Alpine Lakes Wilderness Area, take a hike and experience the wilderness under the conditions that existed in the last 2 seasons. It just is too overcrowded. The demand is too high. I've spoken with national park rangers at several parks, and in addition to them being near meltdown, they're seeing historic highs in the demand to enter, the lines of cars waiting at the entrances, etc. So it's just a comment for the director, and that is, I think we should be targeting as a goal a certain rate of capacity increase with time, whether it's for instance, 500,000 visits added every other year by way of expansion in our system. However it's done, I just want to point out we're not pulling, none of the state parks are really pulling their weight in this regard, though that does not take away from it's not meant to take away from the extraordinary efforts by all of our staff and all of the staff in the various national parks. They're working as hard as they can. It's just that we are not keeping up. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I think, sorry, can I just, I think maybe, do you want to just describe in just a couple more sentences of detail what the TREAD app is? Because I do think that's, that is.
Yeah, and I'll invite Anna to chime in too. She participated in a recent discussion. Yeah, so in short, the app aggregates user data, cell phone user data, and helps and is aggregated in a manner where you can identify where there's high demand or participation or presence in recreation areas. And it's our understanding that U.S. Forest Service, some of the other natural resource agencies are participating or have participated in a pilot in Central Washington. I'll pause there. Anna, do you want to, any more you want to share?
I think that's about it. We are just really in the early stages of learning about the possibilities and what that would mean for us. So we do have some meetings coming up to learn a little bit more and how we might fit into that.
Okay, so since I Googled it, maybe I'll just go ahead and say it then. It's kind of funny. So the philosophy behind it is that we have capacity. There's not a capacity problem. It's that everybody's going to the same place. So similar to Waze, if people are familiar with that, the idea around this TREAD app is to try to encourage people to spread out a little bit more and to find different ways to have people, go to our less visited parks and to use that as an initial solution towards capacity issues that can be sort of implemented much faster. That there are parks that are, and we've heard this on snow parks especially, certain ones that were 100% at capacity and certain areas that were absolutely empty, and trying to rebalance that in an app-based way. I think that's the philosophy behind it. Not clear how well it'll work, but I think that's kind of what makes it, because at first I was like, I don't understand, but I think that's what makes it interesting to me. Yeah.
You said it more articulately than I. Thank you, Commissioner. We don't have the benefit of using price point to incentivize or de-incentivize recreation use because of the format and the framework of our Discover Pass, and so that presents some new, different challenges for us of how to try to encourage and appeal to people's better nature about considering different options for the recreational efforts. There's a lot of amazing technology presently where we can help inform users around congregation of use. And hey, did you know that there's this other site just a few miles away that has far less users at the moment, kind of thing. So I think it's very promising, and some things that we're exploring as part of our effort, because we very well appreciate and understand, as Commissioner Milner noted, the impacts on recreational lands. And we continue to be engaged in discussions with our sister agencies and tribal partners in trying to help address and mitigate those impacts.
Thank you all. We'll now move to item E. Out here, folks, let's see, E3. This is a requested action item, and just as a reminder, colleagues, before we adjourned yesterday, Becky passed out to us appendixes 2 and 3. So you have those, and I'm just wondering if anybody can't find them and would like to see hard copy. I know that Kim will be sharing these in her PowerPoint, but just maybe raise your hand and if you need hard copies of that. And with that, I'd like to introduce, it looks like we're going to go straight to you, Assistant Director Kim Marshall, for purposes of leading out our conversation on E3. Kim, go ahead.
Here we go. Can you all hear me okay? Here we go. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. And if someone could mute the account there, it echoes back pretty bad, which causes some challenges. Perfect. Thank you so much. Right, so I am here to present the supplemental budget request for the 2022 legislative session. A little bit of a refresher on some of the background. As a reminder, state parks, along with all other agencies, submit supplemental budget requests annually. And it's generally more restrictive than we would see in a biennial budget development. And I'll go through the instructions that we received for this submission shortly. In past supplementals, we received $6.1 million in 2020, largely due to a technical correction, some capital related operating expenses, environmental regulations, and some park maintenance and safety items. And then in 2021, $206,000 was received, largely due to COVID related costs. State Parks ended the 1921 biennium with a Parks Renewal and Stewardship Account fund balance of $20.5 million. Little sneak preview to the financial update that will be coming a little bit later. So we're going to go through, we'll review a couple of capital requests that we'll be submitting that you all saw at the July Commission meeting, as well as various operating requests that look to our PRSA funding, as well as some that look to state general fund and some dedicated fund sources as well. For purposes of managing, especially with the sound, let's hold questions until the end, and then we'll be able to go back and forth with some questions at that point. And I'll pull together at the end for a review of the requested action of the Commission. So what we're looking for is for the Commission to authorize the Director to submit the operating and capital supplemental budget requests to OFM as proposed in the appendices that you received and that I will be presenting today. And additionally, authorize the Director to make changes to dollar amounts and items in the supplemental request as needed for finalization and submittal to the Office of Financial Management. And we're pretty final at this point on what we're looking to ask for, but just in case these conversations spur any minute changes we might need to make, that's what we add in that second one. So I'll present everything, and once I get to the end of it, we'll call for this requested action and I'll pass it over to Chair Brown. And then once we finalize that, I have one slide at the end that I'll kick over to Commissioner Milner that he wanted to speak to at the end of my session as well. So a brief reminder, these are the instructions we received from the Office of Financial Management for supplemental criteria. We're looking at, in short, it's technical corrections or non-discretionary changes to costs that we received, or the highest and most emergent needs that are coming into place, specifically in regards to some of the governor's priorities as well. Considerations as staff was developing these requests are looking at some of the inflationary cost increases that we've had, our fund balance in the Parks Renewal and Stewardship Account, governor's priorities, commission priorities, the state park strategic plan, the appropriateness of the fund sources we're looking to fund different bodies of work, as well as the appropriateness for a supplemental request. So digging in first to our capital budget requests, we have two items. These are both in relation to current projects that are ongoing. Field Spring and Kopachuk are the two projects that we're looking for some additional funding for. Field Spring was funded in 2015-17 originally. And there's a little bit of inflation here, but more so than that, the project ended up stumbling upon some cultural resources, which that required the drain field location to be moved further away, which increased costs. Additionally, this accounts for increased materials costs, which is something we're seeing pretty common right now out in the market. And our capital team is keeping an eye on this and is in communication with the capital budget folks over at the Office of Financial Management to pull back the request if those material costs do end up coming back down to earth a little bit. For the Kopachuk Day Use project, this one was originally funded back in 2013-15, so this one went back a ways. There was some new setback requirements in the Pierce County permitting process for this that required some redesign that increased the cost a few $100,000. And then just based on the fact that we're looking at this one having been estimated initially 8 years ago, between inflation as well as the costs that we're experiencing right now in the marketplace, this one is looking for some additional funding as well. So those were the two capital requests that we're looking at submitting. I'll now go into our supplemental operating budget requests, and we break those up into two different categories. The first one being maintenance level requests, as we call it, which is really just about maintaining the current services and sort of the technical increases to our budget to account for certain situations that are happening that would allow us to spend our funds and maintain the current items that we have going on. So some of these for awareness, we have sold for Discover Pass fulfillment. We have been selling more Discover Passes, and there is a cost associated with selling them. We have a vendor that prints and mails the Discover Passes. And so this is not asking for money to fund this. It's just asking for our authority to pay that bill. We have operating impacts associated with completed capital projects, which can be custodial, maintenance, some interpretive staffing, and some groundskeeping staff for those. Retirement buyouts is a technical thing. When folks retire from state service, they get bought out of their vacation leave as well as a quarter of their sick leave. And the state generally has a practice of funding that with state general fund when that occurs, as opposed to it being pulled out of our PRSA fund balance, as well as some utility cost increases that we've experienced across our park systems. That's generally just increases in the fees that are being charged by utility companies. Some of the more interesting maintenance level requests that we have, I mentioned back in July that there's a new state recognized holiday that will be kicked into place in 2022. And so this one actually is a technical correction. We should have received this funding already, but there was a glitch in the OFM system. Some box wasn't checked for state parks, so it didn't identify us as an organization that needed backfill for that holiday for time and a half for staff at that point. Our winter recreation spending authority increase is a dedicated account, and this is in relation to our snow park permits, our snow park parking passes. And this is an interesting situation where we have had a significant increase in the sales of snow park permits, something like 300 or 400% increase in the parking passes for those snow parks. Additionally, there is a citizen-led advisory group that did a review and recommended back, I want to say in January, to then Director Don Hawk, recommended an increase in snow park fees, and that was based on the research they did about comparable fees and what it took to run the program and maintain the trails and safety and whatnot. And so they adopted an increase that will go into effect in October. And so between the increased attendance and sales of fees, as well as that fee that they adopted back in January, we're looking for $1.6 million of authority to spend those funds. This is not asking for funds. It's just asking for the authority to spend funds that we anticipate will be available to us. Moving on, looking to spend down our PRSA on some valuable needs that the organization has. We have a large chunk of equipment totaling $5.5 million that is at or beyond its usable life at this point. We have over 1,500 pieces of equipment in Washington state parks. And this 5.5 million is looking at replacing 92 of those items. Many of them are things like our law enforcement vehicles, some of the heavy equipment we use to maintain the parks, boats, trucks, as well as some other smaller items like mowers and different things like that. As we are looking for these funds, electrification is a big part of the request that we're seeking when we replace this equipment. And then finally, for some of these maintenance level requests, we have a COP, a certificate of participation, a loan essentially for $860,000 remaining in it. It was taken on about 10 years ago to fund some cabins out at Kama Beach. And there's $860,000 left in that loan. And so we have the funds available in the PRSA account, and paying that off now will save about $113,000 in interest over the coming years. So kind of a win-win on that one. Moving on, we'll dig into some of the performance level requests. It starts to get a bit more interesting here. These first two are requests that we're looking for a state general fund for. The first one, honoring cultural heritage, has a few aspects to it. To start, the governor's executive order 2102 on archaeological and cultural resources was adopted back in April of this year. It puts us in a space where we need to engage in consultation prior to any development occurring, and need to be looking to avoid or minimize potential adverse effects to archaeological and historic resources, as well as other cultural resources. This also looks at property acquisitions that we do through RCO, and creates a fairly large need for archaeological consultant capacity to engage with us in order to be able to meet the expectations put out in that executive order. Another big part of that is record keeping of all of those consultations that are done, and we are seeking to develop a GIS-based records system to maintain all the records associated with these cultural resource and historic and archaeological resource consultations. And then finally, within this package, we seek to fund ongoing a tribal liaison position in the organization to really help us connect in the government to government methods with our tribal partners across the state and be engaged early, often, and ongoing with the work of state parks and the priorities of the tribes. So for that one, we're looking for $819,000 of state general fund. The next one, looking at the state general fund, we actually started this in consideration when we were talking about the PRSA fund balance and which needs rose to the highest priority. And then in consultation with our advisors over at OFM, it was recommended we request state general fund for this because it is such a high priority for the governor, and it makes sense that we're using general fund as opposed to user-based fees to be resilient to climate change. The commission adopted back in 2015 in recognition of the challenges posed by climate change, a resolution directing the agency to develop a climate change preparedness plan. It's a critical first step in the adaptation planning process, but it has identified a number of recommendations for us to move forward with. And this package is requesting state general fund to move forward with the implementation of that plan. One of the key parts of that is a permanent climate resiliency coordinator within the organization. And they will be looking at all the various inputs and recommendations and advice that all of our climate scientists are coming towards. Such as recently, there was a new report that came out that showed that our climate is changing faster than initially anticipated. And the CO2 in the atmosphere is rising more quickly than initially anticipated. They will also be looking at implementing parts of that climate adaptation plan, including some ecological assessments for habitat restoration on state parks land, and adapting our infrastructure for septic and shoreline structures and sea level rise risk parks, as well as our water resource portfolios. And that's going to also be looking at things like how drought will be impacting our parks and potential safety concerns if it's causing health issues with our trees, and different things like that. And then finally, within this package, we also include some funds to implement some electric charging infrastructure. I mentioned we're looking in our equipment package to shift as much as possible to electrification. And we need infrastructure in order to actually be able to utilize that electrification of our various pieces of equipment. Moving on to our next requests. Pete mentioned this yesterday, Director Mayer mentioned this yesterday, but we are interested in doing some serious work on workforce development. We have historically had challenges with recruitment in key areas, such as our park rangers and some of our engineers. That paired with the remote nature of a number of our parks, creating challenges for recruitment in those areas, as well as the labor market shortages that we're seeing today, and the unknown impacts on our staffing levels that the mandate, the governor's proclamation is implementing. There's a lot of uncertainty, a lot of unknowns that are stacking on top of our already known challenges for staffing our parks effectively. And so with these funds from our PRSA account, we are looking to bring on a consultant to look at the future needs of state parks, not look at, but help us look forward and determine the future needs of staffing at state parks, as well as looking at the labor market and understanding future limitations that might exist and what might be available out in the labor market into the future. And with those forecasts, we would be strategizing to ensure that state parks has the right people in the right place, the right skills at the right time. So critical and excited to hopefully engage in that work in the coming year. We're getting close to the end of this part of the presentation. So the next one up is the public-facing website replacement. We heard a lot about this yesterday, so I won't dig in too much further, but we're looking for authority to spend our fund balance on that replacement project. Another fairly technical one is improving our technology through cloud computing. And this is something our IT has done a pretty good job of to date, and as far as shifting our technology infrastructure into the cloud. Last legislative session, there was something that was deemed the cloud bill that stated that state agencies were to start strategizing their move towards cloud computing, which provides a variety of benefits, increased accessibility, for example, to data, increased storage capabilities for data, as well as many other items. And this looks to shift a few more of our systems onto the cloud, as well as start looking at the framework and the roadmap to shifting our Spillman law enforcement system into the cloud, which is a bit more complicated. So we're trying to do some legwork on that. Next up, this one's maybe one of my favorite. It's tiny. This is a Miller-Sylvania Dedicated Fund Authority. And I love the story. In 1931, a gentleman whose name I don't have in front of me right now, unfortunately, bequeathed $5,000 to Washington State Park, and it sits in its own special fund. And the stipulations on that $5,000 was that we could not spend it, but we could spend the interest gained from it. And so we are now at the point where there is enough money for us to ask for authority to spend $6,000, which will be used and is required to be used for Miller-Sylvania State Park. It'll be used to replace some hot water heaters over there. And the last request that we're looking at putting in, you You might recall that we received a fair amount of funds in the biennial budget from last session for park services and preventive maintenance at our parks. We didn't receive the full amount that we had requested, but we received a large portion of it. And we are looking to ensure that in order to do the work that was funded, that we have the materials that we need and the staffing that we need to implement all of that. So we seek 3.75 million in PRSA authority to get materials as well as contracts in place for repairs on our ELCs and staff housings, sewer lift station replacements, entrance signs and flagpoles, utility repairs, and buoy and pier maintenance, as well as pier repairs, trail maintenance, and some WCC crews through an agreement with the Department of Ecology. So that culminates the items that we have for consideration. And we request the action of the commission to authorize the director to submit this and potentially make changes to dollar amounts and items as we finalize these in the next couple of days. With that, Commissioner Brown, I pass it back over to you.
What we're going to do is pause this. Becky tells me that we have a hot dish for lunch that they're not able to keep warm. So we need, if you want to have a hot lunch, we're going to need to go eat it now. And that's perfect. And we'll just pick up our questions on this item then when we come back and finish this item up. And Becky, we're back in the same place we were yesterday. So right over here for lunch. And so we are scheduled to come back at what time? 1 o'clock. So do we need 50 minutes or could we, you want to come back a little early? What's your, any opinions on that? All right, we'll be back at 1 o'clock. We'll take a good lunch. All right, thank you, everybody, very much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Recreation Commission is back in session. We are going to move to our pre-arranged speakers. And first up is Andre Hurley from the Washington Water Trails Association. Good afternoon and welcome, and thank you for being here. And you're going to need to talk really close to one of those microphones. Maybe we do both of them. Yeah.
All right, can you hear me now?
Good, thank you, yes.
Well, thank you so much for having me to your meeting today. I came to one in, I went to one in Bremerton recently, and I think I might recognize some of you from there. And at that time, I just presented on Washington Water Trails, but today I'd also like to present on the Northwest Discovery Trail. But before I do that, my name is Andre Hurley, and I'm part-time salaried executive director for Washington Water Trails. And I've been on and off the board since maybe 1996. Back in the 80s and 90s, I used to be a sea kayaking guide and instructor and worked at Lakeside School in their wilderness leadership program. And so, of course, that got me hooked on the Cascadia Marine Trail and sea kayaking. And so now that I've almost grown up, you know, I'm still interested in preserving it. And I was the president and acting executive director for quite a while, did a bunch of fundraising for us. And And now I'm off on policy work, which I'm a little new to, but I'm really enjoying. I'm trying to get to know a lot of the land managers. And of course, you know, we've got many sites in the Washington State Parks on the Cascadia Marine Trail. And then I'm also getting to know other land managers from the cities and counties. And of course, we're just trying to keep the sites up and running. In some cases, for example, Oak Harbor, they just redid the park at the Oak Harbor City Park. So even though the police department welcomed us there, they said maybe they didn't want us camping there anymore. And I think it's probably because people drive in and try to camp, you know. So I thought I'd introduce you to our website, although the, let's see, having a little problem with the seeing it. Okay, here we go, because of the sharing. You might know that Tom Steinburn founded Washington Water Trails way back in the 1991, just because he was a Boeing engineer and he just noticed that land was being developed and there wasn't any place to take in or put out or put in and take out. And it's funny because I'm also a realtor and I love helping people buy waterfront property. But at the same time, being an avid sea kayaker, I also like to find places where I can go kayaking. So that's how it all got started. And we have various trails that we've developed since the Cascadia Marine Trail. The Kitsap Peninsula Water Trail is actually independent unto themselves. The Lakes to Locks Water Trail goes from the locks all the way over to Lake Sammamish State Park. The Tapteel Water Trail it exists, but we haven't been paying much attention to it. And then the Willapa Bay Trail, and I'm going to skip right down to the Northwest Discovery Water Trail, which is over on this side of the mountains. And I drove over to Boise a couple years ago and I thought, oh, it'd be really fun just to try and see how many of the sites I could hit. And I realized that they're all over the place and they don't really have signage. Although yesterday I went to Sacagawea State Park and I found one of our posts over there and I added some of the stickers to it because they were faded. And I was also really happy. A ranger called me last summer and she said, well, some of your signage is down and can you please send us over whatever you can? So I sent her over a guidebook and some stickers and all kinds of stuff. And I'm like, oh, I'm so excited. Somebody's actually paying attention, you know, to the Northwest Discovery Trail. So if you look up on the screen, we have this clickable map and I've been working on this website for a couple of days now. I actually have a background in website design, so I've been able to do a lot of it myself. But this one was built a long time ago through a grant. But I'll show it to you anyway, because it's really pretty handy. Here you can see we're here. We are right here in Richland. And you can see all these little ships are different sites. And you can click on them and it'll tell you what they are, like Howard Amon Park, is that correct? And if you enlarge it over here, you'll be able to see it in full screen. So this is pretty exciting, I think. And people, I'm not sure how many people really navigate using this, you know, as they move around. But in the last couple of days, I've been to this site, and then I went over to the confluence of the Snake and the Columbia, which I thought was pretty exciting. I just wanted to introduce that and then meet a few people from the side of the mountains and hand out some brochures and see if anyone had any questions. I don't have too much more to say. Does anyone have any questions or?
That was excellent. And thank you. Let's see if there are any questions. Commissioner Dannenberg has a question.
Not really a question, just a comment. This is very cool. I am not familiar with it, but I love it. This is cool. Thank you.
It's a little bit, you know, it's not all that well known. And I'd like to, you know, put some more energy into it too. So, but anytime you click on one of these little red buttons, you know, it was the Clearwater Ranger who called me and said she was wanting to do something with our signage. So she fixed everything up over there. Right? Short
Okay,
and
thank you
sweet.
so
That's
much.
all I really wanted to do, but thank you so much for your support.
And thank you for your leadership on this front. Okay, let's see. Is Joe here?
Yep. Joe.
Joe wants to come to the table, and I think we'll just ask we'll ask the director to introduce his colleague.
Thank you, Chair. Pleasure to welcome a City of Richland representative, Joe Scheisel, who is the Parks and Facilities Director for the City of Richland. And he also, I understand, has libraries under his portfolio. And Joe, previously, we gave thanks and appreciation to the mayor and the city manager for being so gracious and helping accommodate the convening of the commission. And so on behalf of the commission, thank you so much, and appreciate you being here with us just to share a little bit about City of Richland and things in the parks, facilities, recreation arena. So take it away.
Great, thanks, Director Mayor.
I need to talk really close to that mic if you would, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Director Mayor, and for those kind words. I wanted to welcome the commission to the City of Richland. We're glad you're here. And also thank you for your service to the citizens of the state. Like you do a lot more traveling than our Parks Commissioner City Council does, so it's appreciated in the service you perform on behalf of citizens. Well done. So thank you for that. Hopefully you've had a chance to enjoy some of our parks or open spaces here in City of Richland. Quick factoid, if you were to look at the Trust for Public Lands per capita ranking, you'd see that Richland is 11th in the nation in terms of park land per 1,000. And so that's something that we've taken pretty seriously around Richland for a long time. In fact, our history is quite interesting, being an old war town, if you will, helping to solve that worldwide crisis. And we were a master plan community, and the master planner at that time from Spokane, Washington, incorporated open space, walkability, and separation of vehicles from pedestrian bicycle traffic before it was trendy. And so we're glad to continue that tradition here, and I'm glad you're able to experience some of our spaces. I was thinking a little bit before this afternoon's remarks about what kinds of connections we have together between City of Richland and state parks, and I thought of three things. One of which is a sharing of resources that we have between a commercial cruise boat dock that we have in Richland in Howard Amon Park at what we call the Lee Boulevard dock. When it's full and over capacity for the cruise boats that make the run between Astoria and Lewiston, they overflow in Sacagawea State Park. And so the cruise boat industry is important to the Tri-Cities. It's important to Richland. And we have more boats than we have capacity right now in our city. And so when we go over capacity, they do dock at Sacagawea. So thank you for the overflow capacity at the state park. I know the operators appreciate it. There's a boat actually docked right now at Lee Boulevard dock. Each boat is 300 passengers or so, and they're coming 6 days a week. So it's important to our economic development as well. So thank you for that. The second item in common that I thought of is, we operate a municipal library at Richland, one of the few cities in the state that do. And we received several Discover passes from the state library. And we've put those passes into circulation in the library's collection, and they circulate quite well. And so there's residents of our community that perhaps otherwise couldn't afford a Discover Pass, and they're able to check that out at the library. And it's probably a small boutique program of state parks, but for those Richland residents that are able to check those out when they're available, I know they appreciate those. So if you have a chance to reconsider that program with State Library again, we'd love to partner with State Library and get access to additional Discover Passes. They've been really, really great for our community. And the third is connection that I thought of was a program that we operate every year called the Tri-Cities GeoCoin Challenge. And that's basically a GPS-based scavenger hunt across the Tri-Cities. It's sport, if you will, called geocaching. And we use it as a tourism and kind of a history tool for visitors to our community and for our residents. And during the last couple of COVID years, it's been operated differently. But in years past, it's been based at Sacagawea State Park. That's been home base. And each community has about a dozen stops, and Sacagawea was the place where everybody started and stopped. And as a prize for finishing the GeoCoin challenge, if a participant finds each one, they walk away with a commemorative coin. And so I was hoping to present to the commission this year's commemorative coin, potentially for display in Mr. Mayor's office or out somewhere where the public can see it. So I do have that coin with me today, and encourage you to explore the sport of geocaching. It's a good one to promote history and collaboration among visitors and residents. And it's actually a very COVID-friendly activity as well. So we've been able to keep that activity going during these times. So with that, I'm full of all kinds of interesting and not interesting things about City of Richland. I've been here for a very long time. So if you're curious about any of that, I'm here for questions, but otherwise I'll step aside and let you continue.
Thank you for being here. Just maybe a couple additional facts from you. I'd be curious to know what the population of the City of Richland is now and how big your department is and how many parks you have.
Yeah, so we're about 55,000 in population, 56.5 or something like that. The department, every city's probably organized differently, but our department is has maintenance and capital, recreation programming, golf, which is a vendor provided service, and then library. And in terms of maintenance of approximately 3,000 acres and 58 parks.
Wow.
We have 20 full-time employees. About 40% of those 3,000 acres are developed acres. The rest are essentially natural open space and are lightly developed with trails and other kind of low-impact amenities on Badger Mountain, along the riverfronts, through wetland areas. We have about a half a dozen recreation coordinators, and then a few assistants beneath them to activate our parks. So that's one thing that we spent some time on over the last several years is increasing our programming in parks. And so it's important to have the parks and open spaces. It's equally as important to program those spaces for people of all ages and abilities. So we're actually pretty, I'll call it a thin staff. We focus a lot on efficiency, and we bring in seasonal augmentation. And so we have about another 20 employees that we bring in seasonally for maintenance. So during the busy season, 40 to 50 people maintaining parks. And then, of course, aquatic stuff in the season as well.
Great. Well, thank you very much. If you've got a pin for us, I've got one for you. And I'll come down there and is it your preference that we return to item E3 or that we do the employee recognition now? What would you like us to do?
I would recommend we proceed with employee recognition since we have our honoree with us. And then we can move to finish the prior item and then move right into the next related item, which is a financial update.
Yep, that's
so
perfect.
I'd recommend that.
Thank you for that recommendation. We'll take it. And at this point, it looks like Assistant Director Mike Sternbeck is going to kick this off. I know that Scott Griffith and Audra Sims are going to participate, and I believe Commissioner Bounds has been asked to join in this presentation. So if the four of you and Jeremy, if you'd like to come forward, good afternoon. Maybe before we start, Jeremy, you could introduce your guest. Christina, welcome and thank you for being here.
All right. Well, commissioners, this isn't something we normally do, but we have this opportunity being right here in the area to recognize Jeremy, the 27, 25 year. We're going to go with 25-year employee. After a while, we forget. I've been here with you those 25 years. A 25-year employee who's going to be leaving the agency at this point and moving on to some new challenges and opportunity, and felt that it's great to recognize his career here with State Parks. There's a lot of different comments that'll be made, and so I'll be brief with mine just to say it's just been a pleasure to know Jeremy over these years. We kind of grow up together in this agency, so many of us for so long. It's got some good and bad occasionally, but I think one of the things that's really great about it is I think we just generally feel like we're all in this together. So we've moved to different positions over the years, but we still maintain those relationships. And that's a pretty great thing to have in an agency, that we're moving in the same direction. We can talk about issues as they arise respectfully and work through them. And so I just really appreciate that with Jeremy. And with that, I am going to turn this over to Scott Griffith.
Hey, good afternoon. Scott Griffith, Region Manager. I don't know if you know, I oversee a lot of the Park Ranger 2 screening interviews, and I involve rangers from all over the state. They sit in with me and we interview candidates that want to work for state parks. And one of my favorite questions from candidates is, what makes a perfect ranger? And my panel, the rangers, love answering that question, and as do I. And what I want to say about Jeremy, some of my favorite things about the characteristics of a good ranger you're seeing. And one is that they love being outdoors. They're not afraid of outdoors. They love being out there. That's their go-to place. Sorry to have you indoors, Jeremy. But they love being outdoors. Now, why is that important? Because for the visitor, Jeremy is most likely to want to know about that fish or that boat or that tent or that hiking stick or those shoes that they have. He's very engaged with the activity. So you love being outdoors and you love hearing what they're doing outdoors. And that's a characteristic of a great park ranger. They empathize with the visitor. The other, I think, is that they love multitasking. And so Jeremy is readily to be seen under a mower, working on a transmission of a mower, to going to law enforcement, to engaging with a visitor from out of the country that's never been to Blues Falls, and then to be engaging park aides who may be having a terrible day. So the classic ranger multitasks, that's who Jeremy is. And there's a difference between just doing it, but loving doing it. So I don't think you'll find Jeremy out there like dreading any of those multitasking activities. The other is really key, and it's so hard to train. It's a friendly affect. I use the word affect. Jeremy has quite the stance. He could be quite intimidating, okay? But his affect, when he wears the uniform, he wants to talk to the visitors. He just has an open affect, a friendly affect. He wants to hear from you. He wants to share with you. And that's hard to train. Some of our rangers are trained very tactically, okay? But Jeremy just has a great affect and reflects all of us quite well out there. The other is Jeremy is totally reasonable. We have rules, we have policy, but I think he's always the one that wants to hear, well, tell me what you feel about that. Or how would you approach that? He doesn't come in hard and fast. He's very reasonable with his approach, I suspect, to the visitors as well as his staff. So those are 4 characteristics I'll miss as you go. And you represent very, very well. You know, I think of iconic people in the agency. You all have iconic rangers. When I came in, it was Jack Hart. Jack Hart. You know, how will the agency be without Jack Hart? And as you go, we wish you the best, but the agency will be different. It'll be a little less like it was. We'll find a new ranger. We guarantee that. But it'll be a little less of state parks with you leaving, and we'll miss all those attributes you have, only a few of which I've covered. So congratulations.
Oh my goodness. Well, thank you, Mike, and thank you, Scott, and thank you for Commission for affording us this opportunity. This gentleman has been an extraordinary person and an extraordinary professional. I've been with the agency since 2002, and Jeremy's been a part of my professional landscape with Washington State Parks this whole time. We've, again, diverged and reconverged at different park assignments, but his competence and his compassion were kind of alluded to by Scott. And he affords that not only to the visitors, but he also affords it to our staff. Any group of people that he's working with and collaborating with, he affords them the utmost of respect, the utmost of support. He's a great resource. And I just, in terms of, you look at the different job classifications of the agency, whether it's a C&M specialist or a park aide or a program specialist, interpreter, ranger, when Jeremy is able to be a crew boss in terms of our Red Fire firefighting, when he's a ranger safety team instructor in firearms, when he is helping acquire grants that get resources so that young kids can learn how to fish and camp and paddle a boat. His ability to forge partnerships with community members, local landowners, other law enforcement agencies, his credibility, just really a number of really strong traits and attributes that I've always looked to mentor myself after. He's been a champion of me since I was a part of the agency, and I've always really appreciated that. I've been a little bit of a thorn in his side, I think, on a day or two too. But I just want to thank you, Jeremy, for your service to Washington State Parks, your support of me as an area manager, and a couple of our other crew back there. I don't know if you've got one word that you would describe or say about Jeremy, putting you on the spot here in a moment. Anything you would say to Jeremy?
One word would definitely be tough, but I've been with Washington State Parks for just over a year, not a very long time. But Jeremy is the most employee-focused, mission-oriented supervisor I have ever had, hands down. Very sad to see you go. I really appreciate everything you've done for me.
And there have been quite a few new Ranger Ones and new staff as a part of our agency that Jeremy has mentored. Claire, do you want to come up if you've got a word? Or I know he's dying up here, y'all.
That's why I'm going to make it brief. One word, again, like Alex said, is impossible, but he's funny, he's positive, he's solution oriented, and I've been able to work with you the whole time you've been in the Blue Mountain area, and it's just been a real pleasure. I'm going to miss you.
So on behalf of the local Blue Mountain area team, thank you. And now I'm going to actually offer the microphone.
Well, I have the honor of giving, well, we're going to wait for the big hug here. Giving Jeremy his 25-year pin and telling him right now that, this is just a 25-year pin. You still have a chance to change your mind after all these wonderful things said about you. And I got to know you a little bit the other night, and just what a solid person. And what I love is that his go-to time after work is outside. And I love the fact that he and his wife both love fishing, and they do it together, and they enjoy their life that way. And that's important. I think that's really important. Congratulations on going to another job, something you want to do. That's a wonderful thing to always do. It's a 25-year pin from the state of Washington, and now your director has.
Thank you, Commissioner Bounds. Jeremy, it's a pleasure to present to you your 25-year pin on behalf of the Washington State Parks and Recreation Commission. And I can just echo the sentiments that have been shared here in our brief time together. I've valued your candor, your practical, matter-of-fact way about you, the affect. I love that, Scott. Second that, you present yourself in a very approachable manner, very reasonable, very understanding. It's sad to see you go. You're the epitome of a park ranger at Washington State Parks and Recreation, and I wish you nothing but the best. And similar to Commissioner Bounds, we'll still be here if you have any change of heart. So on behalf of the commission, congratulations on a career well served in the state of Washington. Thank you.
So Jeremy, we, I can ask. Jeremy, is anything you'd like to say?
No, thank you.
Could I just ask you one question? in your time at state parks, what parks have you actually worked for us at? Can you remember them all?
I think all of them.
Really?
I started at Rainbow Falls, Deception Pass, Twin Arbors in Grayland, Potlatch and Lake Cushman, Riverside, Steamboat Rock and Sun Lakes, and then the Blue Mountains.
Great.
I think that's all.
Well, thank you for your service. Okay, so colleagues, we're now going to resume the conversation on item E3. Let me see, do I see there's Kim, our Assistant Director. And Kim, as I recall, it was a while ago, you were through with your presentation and we were going to queue up here for questions. I know because she told me that Commissioner Perez has one, so she'll start out.
Hi, Kimberly. I don't know if you can hear me.
Can you hear Commissioner Perez? Kim, did we lose you?
I'm here. I'm here. Sir. I can hear. I can hear.
Okay, great. Just a couple of questions, Kimberly, on the climate change resilience. I was thinking about three things. One is, we just went through this heat waves where we had over 100 people pass away, I think. And I was wondering how we're incorporating adaptation into that effort in terms of our facilities, in terms of housing, and the connection to the governor's emission goals, reduction goals. I didn't see any tie to that. Maybe it is, but in terms of, I know we said electrification, but is there more than that we can build into this in terms of the governor's goals? And then there was a little bit of the language, and I know that this is a supplemental ask, and maybe this is a much bigger discussion to actually, what our role with climate change is. We're past preparedness. So I just kind of like, preparedness, we're past that. And we're into like having to adapt. And what is it that, we're doing? So there's words like adaptation, action, resilience. So I'm just confused as to where we really are with that. So it's just a little bit of feedback on some of the terminology and getting on board. So that was my main comment on the climate change. The other one had to do with workforce development. That one, there was a reference to the right people, the right place, the right time. And, when we say the right people, that's a little bit of subjective. And for somebody who's not feeling approached or included, it almost feels exclusive language to say the right people. So if we're really we want to really talk about what it is that we're wanting. We want talented individuals. So speaking with more towards that as opposed to the right people. So that was just my feedback on that for now.
Thanks so much,
Kim, do you have
Commissioner
any
Perez.
response?
Just gratitude for the input. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. And certainly when it comes to climate change, there is so much that we could have done across the board. At this point, as I mentioned, it was 2015 that the department was directed to create climate adaptation plan, and that was created, I believe, June 2019 is the date that I have on it. And so certainly some expediency is due and perhaps past due, and we'll be continuing to explore that with this. There is a lot of flexibility in exactly how we use these funds if and when we receive them, especially with that climate change coordinator position. And continuing feedback about how the department catches up and prepares for the future is very welcome. Thank you.
You know, it says that that's a one-time spending authority requested to inventory shoreline structures at risk from sea level rise and then ecological assessment. And I'm thinking wildfire risk is also another component to resiliency. So if there was a way to include.
Yeah, I may just offer a couple comments, and I'll defer to Peter Herzog because he and his staff have helped prepare this particular package. One thing I'll just note, maybe for the commission's recollection, the 2019 adaptation plan was a further effort built on a 2017 plan with the University of Washington. The adaptation plan most recently brought forward, identifies a host of strategies, ongoing strategies, near term and long term. And the intent of this effort is to put together an actionable plan that can prioritize and address some of those strategies and actions called for in our adaptation plan. And to your very point, Commissioner, this covers issues around forest health, the drought, increasing concerns for drought activity, sea level rise is noted here. So there's a number of issues for us to address, and we're following the guidance put together in our most recent plan. And I'll defer to Peter if you want to add anything to that.
No, I think that's essentially what I was going to say too. But that we do have the adaptation plan, and then now the word that is used often is mainstreaming. So what do we do now to take all that information, which is comprehensive beyond what you can possibly imagine in terms of what it's taking into consideration, and of course, forest health and the kinds of things you're talking about, water consumption, all kinds of the entire range of where climate change affects us, and then being able to mainstream those approaches that Pete is talking about into the sort of the fabric of the agency. And so, but it takes some additional planning to do that, and then we try to put sexy things in the decision package to get them funded, and so that's why you see some of those things brought out. But we are being very comprehensive in this climate change approach.
Tim, I have a question for you on Appendix 2, park maintenance. At first blush, I thought, how do we spend almost $4 million without asking for bodies? But it looks to me like most of this is contracted out to third parties. Although I don't know if we do buoy pier maintenance or modest yurt repairs or flag poles, for example. But that was my question. You know, you're spending the money without FTEs, but again, most of that's driven out to third-party vendors, contractors.
Correct. And you might recall we got 93 FTE as part of the funding for the biennial budget for the preventive maintenance and park services. So we have a bit of an influx of FTE from the biennial budget already. And then in this case, you're accurate. The buoy repairs and maintenance are contract that we're looking towards for that. We're also looking at funds for WCC crews through the Department of Ecology, which makes up a chunk of that package as well. And the key reason we're looking at it this way through contracts and the WCC crews is that this is one-time influx of PRSA authority. And so we don't want to commit to ongoing FTE at this point and potentially risk future finances.
Commissioner Latimer or Milner, I'm not able to see hands up with the way we have this displayed right now. Doesn't look like either of you do. And I know that Commissioner Milner has asked for a chance to talk about an item of interest to him, but he wants to do that after we've acted on the action item. Commissioner Bounds has a question or comment.
Yeah, I think Director Marshall, if you could maybe summarize for us how much of this you would anticipate being an ongoing resource need versus what's one time only.
You're specifically the whole set of costs. Yes.
Yes, the whole of the well, maybe specifically of the 23 FTEs. How many of those do you anticipate being
Can I just interrupt and ask? So I'm just reading into your question, how much of this then ends up being part of our base going forward?
Yes.
Is that another way of, okay.
Right, thank you.
Great question. Go ahead, Kim.
Certainly. At maintenance package, we have just over 21 FTE for this biennium, and that makes up the vast majority of FTE. A huge portion of that is actually a technical correction to the budget that is associated with no funds, so we get authority to spend funds from the legislature, and we also get authority for our FTE cap from the legislature. And so we have a technical fix to the number of FTE that have no requested funds associated with them because we already have the money. We just don't have the FTE number associated with it. I hope that makes sense. The remainder of those FTE, I'm trying to think, I don't believe there's any that are one-time project FTEs at this point. Included are the tribal liaison as a full-time ongoing FTE. The climate change coordinator is an ongoing FTE position. And there are some FTE associated with the capital completion requests. So it's operating impacts from completed capital projects. And some of that is ongoing custodial and grounds maintenance crews, as well as some interpretive staff for some Depression era interpretive work that's been ongoing in the capital budget that will work its way across 23 different parks that talk about how the Conservation Corps and WPA were a part of early development of state parks. So that's a long way of saying that this is, I'm trying to think if I'm mistaken about anything, but it's ongoing staffing for 24 FTE. Most of which, a large majority of which don't have funding associated with it because we already have the funding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So looking around, a motion to concur in the requested action on item E3 would be in order.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, properly moved and seconded to concur in the requested action on item E3. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, as many as are in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. And Commissioner Latimer and Milner, you both voted in the affirmative.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Thank you. All right, Becky, I notice on the bottom of this page of our working agenda, it says Gold Star recognitions. Do we have any of that to do today? All right, would you lead us in that effort, please?
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Oh, excuse me. Hold off on that for a second. I apologize. Yes, Commissioner Milner asked for an opportunity to share something with us. I apologize, Steve. Go ahead.
No, quite all right. Thank you. I shared this with colleagues on the Finance Committee, and it came to me as a consequence of reading the material that's coming out in the press about Malden. Excuse me, Sleepy Little Malden was incorporated in 1909 by the railroad and grew to 1,000 people. And at the time that the fire came through and torched the city, it was down to 206 people. And as I read that, I thought about our Malden to Rosalia project that is funded. And I thought about the importance of reaching out to communities. I think we're on the wrong. Can you go one page up, please, Becky? Actually, go to slide 6.
I am presenting and I'm going to have to adjust because I have this slide specifically included. I apologize.
Oh, well, that's okay. Well, then I'll just do this as a narrative. There are many towns that have been incorporated on the railroad, and today you'll find many interesting repurposed projects done around their depots. And I use this as an example. excuse me, there are libraries, there are chambers of commerce, there are civic meeting rooms in these smaller depots. There we go. There's what the depot looked like. We had it for a second. Back in the beginning, Malden built this depot. It was a fast line to the west side. Next slide. And here's some examples of what have been done with various depots. There's a library on the top that you're looking at. There's a civic building where conference rooms are available to the community, to businesses. And the lower photograph, next slide, please. In Wisconsin, the DNR cites their trail department office in the middle of in Kendall, Wisconsin, and does so in an old depot. And if you look, you'll find that there's a small museum located in Evanston, Wyoming, and a historic depot conversion in Ocean Springs for the Chamber of Commerce. So next slide, please. Thank you. So the idea I had in mind in the context of this particular item is to commit to a process, a very brief process of reaching out to the city council and mayor and people of Malden to establish if there are any needs of theirs which are being developed with a number of disaster relief organizations, which could be done on our trail and provide also a amenity to the trail users. So I look at this as a hybrid situation. I spoke to you about various depots, though in no way am I set on any one direction here, just giving examples. And so what I'm proposing is that we take a clever architect, send them out to Malden and talk to the representatives of the community to obtain their priorities and evaluate the opportunities for development with other agencies that are supporting Malden, and harmonize all of this with the governor's fiscal priorities, including equity impacts on underrepresented demographic, geographic, and economic groups. And I brought this back to the committee thinking, well, we may need a few dollars to hire a person to go out and do this mission, but I believe the director has a different proposal for how something along these lines could be done. Still, I would like to see us reach a hand out to Malden and see if we can incorporate some feature into the project we're doing that would provide additional relief. That's what I have.
So Commissioner, would you or one of your staff like to comment any further on this?
I will I will defer to Director Owen Rowe.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Milner. I think we may have talked a little bit about this, but I've been attending the Malden Pine City recovery meetings on a weekly and now monthly basis with the mayor of the city of Malden and other community and civic leaders. As you know, I think we've got a trailhead funded out there, which we've paused for a little bit to accommodate the desire of the community to run some water lines out to the area. And I'll be looking for additional opportunities to bring Director Mayer and some of the ELT members out to meet some of those community leaders and present them with your idea.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for bringing forward, I think, excellent opportunity for us to do something good for ourselves and our friends in Malden and other trail users, by the way, throughout the state over the years. So great. Now, Becky, Gold Star.
Should I go ahead and read this? Darren Perry, Eastern Region. getting the new CXT at Alta Lake online and open to the public in record time and before the July 4th holiday. Your efforts and commitment to the project and keeping the timeline on schedule, even with delays from outside vendors, was amazing. Congratulations and kudos to you all for a job well done. Aaron Perry. All right.
Then I have Terry Maher of the Eastern Region, and the text is the same, so I won't read it again. So congratulations.
Ooh, this is for Kayla Miles from Beacon Rock. Wow. Kayla has hit the ground running in her first position with Washington State Parks. She has demonstrated a care and drive for the job and has been a great support to her team. I have appreciated how well she has stepped in and stepped up to the challenge of working at Paradise Point. Thank you, Kayla.
Receive a $25 gift card for lunch on us.
Great. All right. That then brings us back to our regular order and item E4, which is a financial report. And Kim, you're obviously still up. So why don't you just launch right into this, please?
Thank you. Share my screen. I hope you guys had enough time to miss me. All right. There we go. So I'll be giving you the financial update for Washington State Parks. Within this update, I'll be going over a really brief review of the 1921 capital budget spending. For anyone who missed it yesterday, you've got a lot of great details there. Look at 1921 and where we ended with our operating budget. Take a look at our PRSA revenue and fund balance. Some things going on that we anticipate potential impacts on revenue and expenditures in regards to. And go into a quick look at our 21-23 operating budget, our PRSA projections, and our revenue that kicks off this biennium. Get us started, and let's hold questions till the end. The sound, if we go back and forth, gets pretty choppy on my end, but please save questions for the end and we'll go through any that come up. So first, for our 1921 capital budget, we had $84.6 million in our capital building account. Our capital team spent 53% of that, got 45% of it reappropriated, and then a small amount was projects that resulted in savings or funds that we didn't push into the next biennium but are able to complete the project with anyhow. Which brings us into our 21-23 capital budget of $103.8 million. We've got the reappropriations, which make up 37% of that. And then we have the capital preservation pool of $39.5 million, which funds approximately $51 million worth of work that our capital team gets to use to prioritize progress on all of those projects this biennium. And then the non-pool new appropriations that we have in place for standalone projects. Digging in much more deeply, we'll take a look at our operating budget and revenue for the 1921 biennium. We have our biennium at this point is closed. The finances have all been tallied up. We have represented here $183.1 million total. And you can see up in the top right, little turquoise pie slice there, we ended the biennium with $11.1 million in savings, largely due to momentary park closures when COVID first hit and everything closed down, as well as intentional savings when we were uncertain about the future and when the state had imposed hiring, contracting, and purchasing freezes in place as well. You can see that the largest amount of our funds go to our park operations and management to keep those parks running. Taking a look at our PRSA revenue trend over time, we now have the final numbers for fiscal year 21, which ended at the end of June. And as we take a look here, we can see that, again, we had an increase in fiscal year 21 in every portion that contributes to our PRSA fund balance, except for the other, which is largely due to the remaining closures of our ELCs, as well as some other random little things like shower dollars end up in here, and people spend less money on showers at parks, for example. This amounts to a total revenue for fiscal year 21 of $71.8 million. And we can see that is an increase over 2019 that we're using because fiscal year 20 was a weird year. So over fiscal year 19, we increased our revenue by 23% in fiscal year 21. Looking at revenue from a different angle here, this takes a look at biennial revenue for PRSA, and it's looking at what we estimated our revenue would be compared to what we actually received for revenue. And again, you see here in our other category, we dipped a bit for the same reasons. In camping, we came in a little bit lower, which was completely due to the closures that occurred in 2020. We had about 2 months where camping was unavailable. Recovered very strong in fiscal year 21 in the camping realm, but didn't quite make it up to that difference. In the end, our revenue was 4.3% of what we had projected, which equated to $5.3 million of revenue beyond what we had been planning for. Takes a look at our park donation participation trends through Department of Licensing. This is when folks get their licensing renewal, and it opts you in for the $5 donation to parks, and you can back out of that $5 donation. You can change the $5 donation, and this is just taking a look at the number of eligible vehicle registrations and what portion of those opted to continue forward with a donation of some kind or another. You can see as we're looking at the calendar years through June that we've had a lot more vehicles in 2021 that are eligible, though the percentage of them that are remaining opted in for the donation has lowered a little bit. Still though, even with that slight decrease in the percentage of participation, we have 52,000 additional vehicles through June compared to last year that have opted into donations for state parks. Moving forward, this is starting to get interesting to me because we saw some pretty significant increases last year in attendance at our parks. And we're starting to get to the point where we're now seeing the new months compared against where we were last year when everything started to open back up and we saw the significant increase in outdoor participation. So it's going to be interesting. We don't have numbers for August yet for attendance, but you can see July here is pretty equivalent for July of last year compared to July of this year. And I look forward to seeing how these continue, as they're going to be indicative of how much that increase in attendance and potentially revenue in our park system is going to be sustained. So 2019 through July, we were at 23.3 million. 2021 through July, we're at 27.9 million, yielding an increase of 20% more attendees in our estimations. Moving along, we ended the biennium very strong, as you can imagine, based on the savings as well as the increase over our revenue projections. We ended the biennium with a very strong $20.5 million in our PRSA fund balance. 2-month reserve at this point, which is what's recommended that we maintain, is $10.7 million in our fund balance. So that creates an easy $10 million of opportunity for us to utilize this PRSA fund balance, which thank you all for approving the requested action so we can work towards that funding authority to spend that money. Moving along now, I'll give you a quick overview of a few things that are I'm calling operating budget news. Assistant Director Sternbeck earlier spoke a little bit of the fires that we have in Eastern Washington, which have resulted in some closures. and taking a look at the revenue impacts of those closures. This breaks down the park, what the closure looks like, and then an assessment based on the last 3 years of revenue during the same time frame for that area. And it's looking at that by week in any given month. So for example, if everything stayed closed here through September, we'd be looking at 43,000 times approximately 4. The culmination of this ultimately is that the impacts we're seeing from fire closures right now are well within what we anticipate when we do revenue assessments or revenue projections into the future. And so we're not expecting at this point for these to hit our revenue in any way that causes us to need to scale anything back or be concerned about the potential impacts to our fund balance. And hopefully we're able to get these all back open sooner rather than later. Additionally, I reported to you all in July that we received a favorable budget of $15.8 million in state general fund and the 93 FTE for park services and preventive maintenance funding. It takes time to bring on all those FTE, and it takes time to ramp that up. And as we are working towards that, we are estimating that there will be some savings of approximately $2 million from variances just due to the time taken to ramp up the hiring involved with that package, which creates opportunity for us. The additional variable that we have going on right now is an unknown, and we're looking at the October 18th deadline for the governor's vaccine mandate and the decisions that are before staff that we don't yet know about, and potential impacts to our savings if vacancies do end up resulting from that mandate. Taking us to the next step, we'll just take a quick look at revenue forecasting. And I think I've got a little bit of an out of order thing here. Take a look first at the 21-23 biennium budget by fund source. And so this just is where we are for this current biennium. 60% of our budget is funded by the PRSA account, 28% is funded by state general fund, and then 12% is looking at dedicated and other funds, which are things like NCLI, road repair dollars from the transportation budget, winter recreation and boating programs, and things along those lines. Next step, looking at our operating budget by program. This reflects fairly well the spending that we had last biennium. Again, really injecting our parks operations and management with the most funding to keep those parks running and presentable and welcoming for the public. All right, now we'll take a look and get into our revenue estimates for the 21-23 biennium. Estimating revenue really is an art, it's not a science. It's just trying to get us a sense with some logic about how we're thinking about what money we might bring in so we can associate our spending with that. This is looking at our actual data from 1921 biennium and comparing it to what we're projecting for the 21-23 biennium. We saw Discover Pass sales increase significantly through the 1921 biennium, especially fiscal year 21. Fiscal year 21 actually had an increase of 38% in Discover Pass sale revenue. And so we are expecting that to come a little bit down to earth. And in one of my next slides, I'll show what we're seeing so far for Discover Pass sales. So that's what we're anticipating, and we'll see how that trend continues. Camping, we are expecting somewhat of an increase. You saw earlier in my presentation that we came in below projections for camping in the 1921 biennium due to those closures. Not anticipating that we are going to have more closures over this current biennium. We're expecting a bit of an increase over the actuals we experienced last biennium. Donations and other overnight lodging are fairly on par with what we received last year as far as our anticipation. I do anticipate our Department of Licensing donations to probably come in a bit over our projections right now, just because we're seeing more eligible vehicles being registered, which leads to more opportunities for people to make those donations. And again, we're expecting our other revenue to increase as our ELCs open back up again. couple more slides. So I actually updated this morning. You'll notice in the beginning of my presentation, I said we would look at our July actuals, but we received our revenue data for August just this morning. So we've got data across the board for that. And this is comparing the estimates I just shared with you to what we're actually experiencing thus far. Our Discover Pass sales, you can see, are coming in right on par with what our estimates are. So we estimated a little bit of a drop from last biennium. And we're so far on par with that little bit of drop that we had anticipated. I did see that our revenue from Discover Pass for August last year was, I want to say it was 3.7 million, and we saw it this year at 3 million. So a fairly significant drop in August, but we had somewhat stronger revenue in July. But it's going to be interesting to pay attention over the coming months and the next year to see how Discover Pass sales maintain the bump that we received when everyone started spending more time outdoors. Camping and related resources there is coming in at 2.7% above those projections, and then coming in strong for our other overnight lodging and the license renewal donations, and right on par with other revenue that we're anticipating here. So our estimate to date is 18.9 million for revenue. We're actually at 19.6 million, and so that represents a 3.7% increase over what we were anticipating thus far in the biennium. And with that slew of a whole lot of financial data, that concludes the information I wanted to share with you all in this presentation, and I pass it back over to you, Commissioner Brown, for facilitation of any questions.
Thank you. Good work with the previous item, and good work with this item as well. I'm sure there are some questions or comments, so I'm going to look around here, and while I'm doing that, let me just ask Commissioner Milner, do you have any questions for our Assistant Director?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kim, have you had a committee meeting to look into what snow park revenues, how they did versus projections for the biennium? This is gas tax, registration fees, snow park pass fees.
Yeah, it more than tripled. So where we are for snow park revenue more than tripled with last winter, and the strong surge for people going outdoors, even when it's very cold, apparently. So it's pretty significant, and that was where you saw the decision package earlier for winter recreation spending authority, is to utilize that tripling of the sales for the permits.
Thank you. I wonder if that means our amount of grooming will go from 3,000 miles to 9,000 miles.
Oh boy.
Commissioner Balance is next.
My only question is about the Discover Pass revenue forecast. Could you talk a little bit more about why you see that as being flat or maybe a little bit down?
Yeah, I've thought about that. And these numbers are really just coming in. We saw a really strong June, and then July was about where we were anticipating it, and a little bit down from where we were last year. And again, we saw the same thing in August. And so, you know, it could be that last year, after everyone spending a few months social distancing, they saw the opportunity to get outdoors and do some things, and everyone ran really quickly to buy Discover Passes rapidly at that time. And now perhaps we're at a point a year later where we're seeing people maybe renew a little bit less frequently, or let it lapse for a couple months. For example, full disclosure, my Discover Pass expired at the end of August, and I haven't gone and purchased my new one yet. So it could be that we're seeing a little bit of that happening right now. It could also just be that people are feeling like opportunities to do things indoors are stronger now than they were a year ago, and they're spending their time potentially doing other things at the moment. But it's definitely definitely an interesting trend to watch as far as thinking about the long-term impacts of COVID and people's outdoor recreation.
It's the personal anecdote effect.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because I wonder what it would look like if you, did a traditional last 3-year averaging, even though knowing last year was different, kind of where that would take you as a trend line. But it's probably good to be cautious, better than being overly optimistic.
Yeah.
And Commissioner, I was just going to maybe add, if I could, Oregon State Parks, I just want to maybe share this for perspective. These are changes between 2019 and 2020 for our colleagues in Oregon. They saw a 14% decline in day use and a 35% decline in camping between 2019 and 2020. So they had a very interesting and quite a divergent experience than what Washington State Parks has enjoyed. And what I'd like to do before year end is try to do some comparisons with Idaho, Oregon, and Washington State for the commission's, just kind of context, kind of how we fared together as a region. But I thought that was a really interesting experience that Oregon had that's significantly different. They had droughts, floods, significant revenue drop in their state lottery money, which they're largely funded from, about $9 million revenue loss there on lottery funding, but their earned revenue obviously went up in some areas as well. But something to just kind of be aware of, and I'll try to bring something to the commission here prior to year end, just for a little bit more context.
So I don't see their hands up, so let me perhaps close out the questioning with, first of all, I feel like we've seen him often enough that we should be introduced to the gentleman that is fishing while he's floating in a rubber raft down some beautiful river. We might want to know who that is if you know Kim. Secondly, Kim, since I'm no longer on the budget committee, I take a look at these reports and look for any red flags, and I didn't see any. And so I just put that out there. If there's any red flags that you see, I'd appreciate knowing that. And then finally, and this isn't necessarily a question for you, perhaps Mike, I can't even tell with the top of his head if he's still there. But I'm wondering, in view of what's happened on the ground now, going back to, I think it was May of 2020 when we closed down, what's happened with our concessionaires? Have we lost concessionaires? Is that more of a challenge finding and attracting and retaining concessionaires? I was sad to see that the long-term concessionaire at Miller Sylvania State Park that offers the beer garden and other amenities there has decided to throw in the towel, and I'm hoping we can find someone that will come in behind them. But any just general comments on what's happened to our concessionaires?
Yeah, I don't have precise numbers for you, Commissioner Brown, but many of our concessionaires have reopened. They had to, and lots of them stayed open too, because during the time when particularly food and beverage out of a stand and outdoor eating was acceptable. So we have had to do quite a bit of adjusting to the concession fees that we've been charging for folks, and we've forgiven quite a lot of that, particularly in 2020. Less so this year, of course. But I think that was also one of the indications why the other category was down too, because we were collecting a lot less in rents for those concessions. So, but by and large, most of them have come back, and then now they're in the process of shutting down again for the year.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other hands or questions, we will now move to item E5. And Peter is going to introduce Tanya, who's here with us. I think, Tanya, that some of this we talked about earlier in committee reports, but still feel free to give us your presentation. And Peter, did you want to do any introductory comment?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I wanted to introduce Tanya Moore. Tanya has been with us since, what was it, 3 weeks, 2 weeks before we ended up sending people home who could go work from home. 12 days. So this is one of those, I think I mentioned to the commission, as that I just would not want to be new right now during that whole process. And so Tanya is one of those people. And yet here she sits before us making this presentation and has become an enormously invaluable member of our real estate team. And so, and is demonstrated just really great judgment and ability to catch on incredibly quickly. And we really appreciate that. Now, with that said, she's come from the private real estate market where I'm just going to have to tell this little story. She's been a realtor for many years, and she said, you're never really a realtor unless you've had to buy at least one set of appliances for a client. And so because you didn't check the box on the purchase and sale agreement that said the appliances stay, right? So she's had to buy at least one set of appliances so she has been around the block in the real estate world. And so we're just really pleased to have her with us. And she's going to present some information along the lines of the no surprises rule from Director Mayer about, we don't want to put things in front of you without having seen it at least once and preferably more than once. And so we have a number of real estate transactions that she's going to brief us on today, but there's no action required here, but a good bunch of information that she's going to present. So with that, please proceed.
And while you're setting that up, Tanya, you will need to speak really close to the microphone, please. Been over these properties so many times. Although not so much with Colpitch.
Hey, good afternoon. My name's Tanya Moore, like you said, and I'm on the real estate team at the headquarters office in Olympia. I'm here to give you a report on 4 properties. 3 are potential transfers and 1 is a potential disposal. I'll provide background on each property and other needed information in preparation for further discussion and decision. Staff anticipates that decision on these properties may be requested actions at the next commission meeting in November. So the properties, along with their proposed actions, fall under a few statutes, policies, and an executive order. All of these are detailed in your hard copy agenda item E5. But I put together this table to illustrate kind of what properties go with what. So the dark brown are represent the revised code of Washington and which properties fall under which revised code. The blue is the real estate commission policies. Light brown is the governor's executive order, which is the 2102 that was referred to earlier today. As Parks has an ongoing commitment to tribal relations and respect for tribal interest in cultural resources that may be present on any of the properties that we're going to talk about today. So our first property is Lake Newport. This is a proposed transfer to Pend Oreille County. This is undeveloped vacant land that Parks holds in Pend Oreille County. It's 4 miles from the Idaho border, 40 miles northeast of Spokane, and 5 miles northwest of Newport. There are 2 parcels that make up this property. Both parcels, they're about 170 acres total, and they're separated by the railroad line. This property was acquired in September of 1961 from a private party without any deed restrictions. We did have early plans to develop this property into a small day use and campground park, but neither parcel has legal access from the nearby Highway 20, and that lack of legal access has proven difficult for potential park development. In November of 2005, the commission determined that this property is surplus, along with 14 other Eastern Washington properties. And per commission authorization, there was a 10-year window to accomplish a transaction. The staff did not pursue transfer of the property, and so the authorization to transfer lapsed in 2015. In December of 2020, Parks received a request from the Director of Pend Oreille County Parks and Recreation Department expressing interest in acquiring the Lake Newport property. In Pend Oreille County's Water Trail Concept Plan dated of October of 2011, Lake Newport was identified as a potential or future water access site. As part of the Pend Oreille County Parks and Recreation 2020 Comprehensive Plan, Lake Newport was again identified as a potential site for the Water Trail Plan. Long-term plans for the property would include an access road or roads, beach access, boat launch, docks, swimming area, campsites, and a day use area with shelters. If a transfer is granted, Pend Oreille County plans to use local funding, donations, and matching funds for the beginning phase development of this property as a boat-in day use site. For future development, federal and state recreation grants would be applied for, as well as potential local and regional funding sources. Designed for paddlecraft and small motorized boats, the Pend Oreille River Water Trail follows 70 miles of the river beginning in Old Town, Idaho, and north to Boundary Dam, approximately 1 mile from the Canadian border. The plan was developed through a cooperative effort of numerous public and private stakeholders and citizens interested in developing the water trail. People boat the river without a clear understanding of which sites are public and which are private. A formalized water trail would help protect natural resources by dispersing use, identifying appropriate public access points, and encourage leave no trace ethics. So a virtual public meeting was held Tuesday, August 17th, and we had a handful of participants. The main questions were regarding where the county proposed to provide access from Highway 20, and the county would likely leverage with adjacent property owners to explore acquiring easements or parcels for road development when that time comes, kind of based off of how our planners, future plan for our projects. Staff will continue to solicit tribal and public input, which includes a mailing within a certain mile radius, depending on the property, newspaper publication, and we've done a parks press release. We anticipate requesting authorization to transfer Lake Newport at the Commission November 18th meeting. All public comments will be provided to the Commission in advance of the meeting for consideration. Now, staff has notified the Kalispell, Coeur d'Alene, and Spokane tribes of the prospective transfer, and we've offered formal consultation. Staff has heard back from the Spokane tribe. We received a letter indicating that they'd like to consult with the county after the property would be transferred. So before I move on, are there any questions regarding Lake Newport?
So, Tanya, Commissioner Bounds has a question.
Yeah, I have a question. I mean, this looks like the kind of development, the kind of park we would do normally, and at least it sounds like we didn't do this because of road access, and now it sounds like there could be road access. So, I mean, I don't have anything against transferring it if they're going to develop this park that way, but it's interesting to me because it does look like the kind of park that state parks would develop.
Yes, and
Along
so
the waterway with campsites and water access, et cetera.
yes, so the one of the interesting things with the Commission's 2015 real estate policy was sort of an interpretation of what is surplus was amended to also include things that others could do better than we could do them. So, and that's the application of that policy here, where the original intent of the property was camping, day use, and all these wonderful things. But it turns out that Pend Oreille County could do that better and is more better positioned to do that right away. And so that was seen as now achieving the Commission's mission through a different route.
And they're better positioned because they have the resource and commitment to do it.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, moving on. So we'll talk about Kopachuk State Park. This would be a proposed transfer of a small portion of land for the road improvements. So this park is in Pierce County, 8 miles west of Gig Harbor and 18 miles northwest of Tacoma. Kopachuk is a 280-acre day-use park on Henderson Bay. The park is popular for picnicking, beachcombing, clamming, and swimming. As mentioned previously in our meeting today, staff is currently working on a capital project that would renovate and expand both the upland and beachfront day-use areas of the park. Pierce County has determined that the park improvements will generate additional traffic and impact the existing roadway. Then, in order to receive a building permit for the project, Pierce County is requiring additional right-of-way portions along the road abutting the park. The area of land required by the county is approximately 1.15 acres. The total land value based on the county assessed value is approximately $75.91. So the next steps for Kopachuk would include public notification in late October, a public hearing in early November, and then requesting authorization to transfer the identified lands at the Commission's November 18th meeting. Again, all public comments will be provided to the Commission in advance of the meeting for consideration. Any further questions on Kopachuk?
Questions on Kopachuk? Commissioner Latimer or Milner?
Yes. Yes. Mike, if you want to go first?
Please.
Okay, so the effect on the park itself, I think 106th Avenue is the road that concerns me. And as I understand it, it services a small community of people, and it is not very wide, and it almost looks like a trail cutting through the park the way it is. To expand the wide right-of-way there strikes me as having a real impact on the aesthetic of the park experience. So I guess I'll ask again, how set is the county on having to expand the right-of-way on 106th Avenue?
I don't know specifically on 106, but I know in order to obtain the permits that they're requesting that well, I don't know if it's beyond a request, that they're saying it's a condition of getting the building permits.
Yes, and they don't have any immediate plans to do the road work itself. So I think that's what they're doing, is reserving the option to do that in the future. And just as they're doing this with us at Nisqually State Park as well, but what they're doing is essentially catching up with right-of-way widths that they need to expand just for future development purposes. And so it's much more of a paper exercise at this point than anything, of just needing to have the proper width of roadway right-of-way, and they're just sort of, as they are permitting projects, they're requiring that of more than just us.
So I think it might be helpful to the other commissioners to, at some point, show a photograph you shared with the real estate committee that showed the view going down 106th Avenue. I think it'd be good for.
Okay, why don't we go on to our, oh, sorry. Further question on this property?
Yeah, would we ever consider just giving them an easement?
Apparently this is a right-of-way that they want to own. So we'd have to go through the conversion process in some cases to accommodate them, as we do at Nisqually. So but apparently it's the long-term ownership that they're interested in.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was going to say, not being on the real estate committee, I would be interested in seeing those photos, and I can see maybe if sometime before November I might be able to drive through there. It's probably close enough for me, if I'm reminded. But even if they're not immediately intending to do it, I mean, once we give it to them, then they have the right at any time. So I feel like we need to make the decision as if they are going to do this, and make the appropriate decision, assuming that the road is going to be widened. I mean, right? So I would be interested in seeing the photos and seeing what the potential impact would be. Although, again, understanding it also seems like it's very significant to them to actually get it. So there's a couple of things to balance, but just so that we are fully,
Yes, and we I can't say that we have exhausted all of our appeals on this, or I mean, formally, we don't have any right of appeal of this, but there might be some additional work that we could do up there to just see if there's any other way to do this. But that's not what we're being told at the moment. But again, the other main piece of this is that we're sitting on a $5 million capital project that's going to go into construction here hopefully soon when we obtain the capital supplemental dollars to do that. And so again, it's a bit of a balance. How much are we willing to give up in the name of letting a major park development project proceed?
I mean, on paper, it does look de minimis. I mean, it doesn't look like a big impact. And I don't know what you and the planners think about it. Is that how you'd feel about it, or?
Not particularly concerned about it, but again, this is one of those that it depends a lot on how the county decides they want to move forward with some sort of a roadway enhancement there. My anticipation of that would be that they'd want to work with us in some regard, because they're just cranking a giant right of way through there is probably not something that we're going to be okay with, and certainly would have some input on in the specific design of how they decided to do that.
I'll add that there's a former commissioner who would be outraged to see that street wide.
Yes.
Okay, so we move on to the Auburn property,
Okay, so the Auburn property.
our old friend.
Yeah, yes, this is familiar. This property is not contiguous to any other state park property and is located in King County, 25 miles south of Seattle, within Auburn city limits. The nearest developed state park is approximately 5 miles to the west. So it's zoned commercial use. The property is located at 810 30th Street, just off of Auburn Way North. Neighbors to the north and west are big car dealerships. To the south is a strip mall and assisted living center, and to the east are residential properties. The Auburn property was acquired by the commission through a land exchange with the city of Auburn in 2013 and was never intended to be used for a park. In the exchange, City of Auburn acquired Parks' former Puget Sound Regional Office, which has been incorporated into Auburn Game Farm Park. That parcel is 4.66 acres and includes a one-story office building, shop, and outbuildings. In March of 2015, the commission found the Auburn property surplus, designated the property as enterprise land, and authorized staff to offer it for lease. Marathon Development, who operates the assisted living center just to the south of the property, entered into a lease agreement with the agency in 2017 with plans to develop the property, but withdrew from the lease in 2019. The property has since been advertised for lease with no serious interest, only folks wanting to know if it's for sale. In April of 2021, staff had the property appraised. The appraised value, effective April 6th of 2021, was determined to be $2,080,000. Staff anticipates seeking authorization to sell the Auburn property at the November commission meeting. Right of first refusal would be offered to all government and tribal entities in the King County area per the RCW 4317-400, and then offered for sale through sealed bid public auction. A virtual public meeting was held Wednesday, August 18th. So far, there have been questions on the public auction process and one opposition email, which you have been provided.
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. That there's been inquiries about how the public auction process works, and then we've had one opposition email, which you have been provided. Staff will continue to solicit public input, and tribal contacts in the King County area have been notified, offering formal consultation. At the November 18th commission meeting, staff anticipate requesting authorization to sell the property, and all public comments will be provided to the commission in advance of the meeting for consideration.
If I could, Chair, just to elaborate on that one comment letter that came in, former director of Redmond Parks and Recreation, John Couch, expressed his thoughts just in turn, and I will paraphrase, so forgive me, this is not word for word, but essentially, all vacant land is very precious and parkland should be held in high esteem, and felt that this was worthy to retain as a park. That was the essential sentiment. I'm looking for Peter head nod there. So, and we can refresh the commissioner's inbox with, okay, thank you, Becky. But that was essentially the sentiment that was expressed.
So are there any other questions regarding the Auburn property? Commissioner Dannenberg?
So, I mean, I don't actually recall this, this opposition email, but I was going to make a similar comment before they said that, which is, I would be interested in seeing, I'm balanced in saying this is very valuable and maybe we're not developing it for state parks, but I do have the same sentiment of sort of two things. One is the value of open space for climate resiliency, the impact we're talking about, you know, the impact of climate change, certainly allowing a development on what's potentially now sort of a grassy space, or, you know, if there would be, you know, an option to make that something that is more of a park. And also the value, the special value of potential of open space in an urban environment, especially in an urban environment that's not necessarily, a very high income area, and so, to me, it's a little unfortunate that there isn't someone interested in making it into a park, us or the city of Auburn or somebody, of that sort. But I would want to see that we had actually exhausted that just in terms of our mission, saying, yes, we've exhausted that it's not worthwhile for us to turn it into a park, and that there is no one interested in turning it into a park, which to me, again, when I think about, we're talking about access to outdoor recreation, serving a more diverse community, serving underserved communities, again, if we have an open space in the middle of Auburn, I haven't seen it. So you might go there and say, this is not appropriate for that. But again, we'd be curious to just understand that we've really exhausted all of that.
So a couple of comments in response to that, or one question rather. This is a property that we got after we gave the city of Auburn the original property we owned, which I believe did become part of a bigger footprint that included outdoor recreational activities. So we actually enabled them to do what they do at the local level in terms of parks and recreation by that original land swap. I've been to this property, and as I recall, and I don't know what we might have here, but in any event, it's right in the middle of a very busy commercial area. There's no residential adjacent to it. I'm not diminishing what you have to say at all, but I'm just saying, I think in this case, you got to look at the specific piece of property and then you throw in the history. And I think I could probably be pretty comfortable with our selling this and putting that additional dollars and those new dollars in to something that is more meaningful and available to the public that fits into our portfolio. So that's just some comments. It's been we've been dealing with this property now for what, 10 years in different forms and iterations.
It's been 10 years. Mr. Chair, Tanya, do you know what the zoning classification is for that property?
Yeah, it's zoned commercial.
Yeah, it's commercial. Further comment?
Yeah, I mean, and so I just want to repeat what I just said, because I'm not sure if it was well understood. Because you're saying I saw it and thus I'm good, whereas I had asked her that I would like to see it, that I would like to understand that, because I have not been dealing with this for 10 years because I haven't been on the commission for 10 years. So my comment was that I would actually like to see and understand that that was understood. And while I do understand that we could take the money and put it somewhere else, there's no guarantee that we're going to put it in an urban area, low income, highly diverse community in an otherwise underserved community without a lot of open space. So if we're going to take this money and put it in a park in, Eastern Washington, somewhere where, Northeast Washington, where there's a lot of open space, to me, that's not as valuable as having open space. So again, I just want to see and I'll just say, I understand we still need a unanimous vote for this. So for me to be comfortable with it, I would like to understand that. And if everybody else is comfortable, maybe that's something that we can just look at offline if I'm the only one who hasn't seen that. Because I understand that, maybe others are on the real estate committee or they've been here and they've seen all the detail. But just understand that we have really exhausted, the possibility of again, I just look at it and go, gosh, Auburn Park, that sounds like a great thing. And I'm not saying that, I think this should be a park, but again, I haven't seen the history. This idea of we've been dealing with it for a long time. I kind of vaguely remember mention of it, but I don't really feel like I've spent a ton of time talking about this property in the, time I've been on the commission. So I just want to, again, just understand, what's been considered and, just fully that we've exhausted it. Is it?
We all have a responsibility to do our due diligence as these items come forward for action. So I totally endorse everything you've just said in terms of how we spend the money. That's a great question, and we'll all need to kind of maybe think a little bit about that. So let's see, the next one is the Packwood property.
And just before you get going, I just wanted to, for the record, September 1st was when the commission was conveyed that comment letter from John Couch. So September 1st, but we'll get it replenished in your email inbox soon. Thank you.
So Packwood?
Yeah, Packwood. So last step that I'm talking about, this is Packwood, which might sound familiar. This was a requested action in May of 2019, but it was decided to pull back from this proposed transfer to Lewis County. This property is located in Lewis County, 1 mile northwest of Packwood and about 83 miles southeast of Olympia. It's approximately 175 acres near the confluence of Skate Creek and the Cowlitz River. The property is popular with the local community for hiking, the hiking trails, bird watching, and fishing along the Cowlitz River. This property is otherwise undeveloped, and the majority of the property is within the Skate Creek and Cowlitz River floodplain, which leaves about 30 acres for any substantial development. In December of 2009, the commission determined the property surplus and instructed staff to seek transfer or exchange of the property to a qualified public or private entity with intent to preserve the property as open space. In December of 2019, Lewis County Board of Commissioners submitted a resolution to staff requesting the transfer of the Packwood property. The plan moving forward would be to develop a memorandum of understanding with the county that includes specific tasks prior to considering a transfer of ownership. This would include developing a long-term vision for the property, organizing volunteer support, and applying for state recreation grants. And so what we would need assurance that Lewis County is prepared to take on ownership and management of the property. Anticipated next steps for this project are for staff to begin working with Lewis County to prepare an MOU for approval by the director and the director of Lewis County Parks. Once the tasks detailed in the MOU are satisfied and approved by the director and the county, staff would propose commission authorization to transfer the property at no cost to the county for park purposes. Are there any further questions on Packwood?
So I'll just start out by saying, for the record, I want to acknowledge that I received a communication from Bob Gunther, which I then pushed into the organization with Becky and with Peter over a month ago. And in that was he has a historic relationship with the Studhalter family that gave us that property. And in that letter alleges that we took that property and made a concurrent commitment that it would be developed into a state park. So I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying that's on the record now, and it's probably something I'm going to want to have you address at some point as we move forward.
Commissioner Brown, I think there was a different property.
I can't hear you.
I think that was a different property.
No?
Of the Packwood property.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the second thing is we do have a very lengthy letter from the Friends of Skate Creek Park that Becky sent to us a few days ago that I'd encourage everyone to read ahead of our meeting where we might be acting on this. It's got some interesting points that I think are worth taking a look at. So commissioners, do you have any questions on this particular property? Yes.
Similar to the Auburn, I was just wondering about the process and For Auburn, it was soliciting tribal and public input. So then I started thinking, well, there's this intention now to give back lands to our tribal, to the tribal communities. And Skate Creek, I was just wondering if what input we received or reached out to the Cowlitz tribe, since this is part of their fishing and hunting grounds area, and if there's any consideration to us giving land back to tribal communities.
Yes, so, and we've done that on several occasions. However, that always needs to go with a reversionary clause and a requirement to operate it for parks and recreation purposes. And so that's when I think that most tribal governments have been interested in receiving property, but not typically maintaining it open for public access. And so we do put these out for tribal consultation so that we can understand, and perhaps tribes are interested in receiving property for parks and recreation purposes. But we have not heard that. And I think we have done some initial outreach to the tribes on our last time around for the Packwood property. But I imagine we have another round of doing that's coming up. And so we'll hear. And then we can also, one of the things that's interesting about these two is that the first right of refusal to other governments, including tribal governments, it doesn't mean we have to give it to them, but they can first right of refusal to purchase it as well. So, and then it wouldn't have a reversionary clause. But
Right.
typically we go to the folks who want to operate it for parks and recreation purposes first for a transfer, and then move on to the other more permanent kinds of disposition of those properties.
Right, I'm familiar with the site, and I know it floods quite frequently. And I also know it's good fishing and habitat for threatened and endangered salmon and so forth. And so I would like to know if there's been any outreach to the Cowlitz tribe at least, and what input they might have, or I better understand the process that we have
Yep.
in terms of giving land back, and maybe looking at that in a much bigger context of our land surpluses and where we can work with that.
And one thing that I would like to have a refresher on, not necessarily today, and I'm sure that Tanya mentioned this, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little tired here. Our predecessors did declare this property surplus to our needs, but that's 20 some years. How long ago was that?
Oh, this was in 2007, 2009. And so this one was actually, so we have a two-step process where we look at long-term park boundary as part of camp. And this was outside the long-term park boundary for camp, but we had not sought specific commission authorization to designate as surplus, as far as I know.
So I guess the final thing, and I'm sorry, I've been to this property, I've walked these trails. I'm not interested in our transferring this property to anyone unless there's an ironclad agreement that is going to be enhanced recreational opportunities over what's already available there now. I mean, it has to be a net sum gain for outdoor recreation users. And I don't think Lewis County has resources to put into this park. And I'm not saying I would necessarily oppose the memorandum of understanding approach, but I'm a skeptic, and I'll put that out there just to let you know on this particular piece of property. So Commissioner Milner and Latimer, do you have any questions on the Packwood property?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. No questions.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Good job, Tanya. Thank you very much.
Packwood property.
Go ahead.
And again, I feel like maybe I'm just behind on the history on this. So I kind of was missing something when I looked at the letter from the Friends of Skate Creek. So maybe I just need like a backstory. because I couldn't quite follow, quite honestly, if they are concerned that Lewis County will not develop the park, will not put in trails, camping, etc., or are they concerned that they will? And then I didn't quite understand how that contrasted to what, we would, which appears to be neither. That is, I mean, at this point, it does not appear as if we intend to develop this property at all. And so, yeah, that's what I didn't quite understand is, and maybe this is just what the MOU is so that Lewis County, is the idea of the MOU that Lewis County could sort of let us know what they have in mind for it?
And do some sort of public process to figure that out. I think that was what the idea was, is that we don't know what they have in mind. The previous people that they were going to be working with was Destination Packwood, which was a tourism group down there, and they had some specific ideas, and then that group, for various reasons, couldn't follow through on that. And so now the county was still interested in proceeding, but we wanted to make sure that we knew what they had in mind and that they had some sort of a process in place to determine that, so that the commission could be assured that, as Commissioner Brown said, it either was developed or wasn't developed, or developed just the right amount, and that we knew that and had some sort of understanding and guarantee that that was the case.
But we don't have any plan to develop it one way or the other. So if they don't develop it, then it's just not going to get developed.
I think it depends on your definition of developed. I mean, there's trails there now. There are, it is,
Further, I guess
it
maybe.
is a used property for outdoor recreation right now. It's close to Packwood and.
Yeah, but I mean, developed as in like actually like develop, as in we are us taking, I'm not saying use, developed, like we don't have a plan to
No,
further develop
no, not yet.
anything, right? So that's it. So it's a matter of, the comparison is what's Lewis County going to do versus leaving it as
Nothing.
is and us doing nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay.
Yeah, and I think because there's so much flooding in the area, it leaves little for doing any type of significant
Permanent, yeah.
or permanent development. It's just the whole.
So Tanya, you did a great job. Thank you so much for coming over. And the final action item on our agenda is action on the proposed dates and places for 2022 commission meetings and workshops, and one a virtual workshop. And I'd like to turn it over to Becky Ellison.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Brown and Commissioners. Here today to talk about the 2022 Commission dates and locations. Per the usual, the Commission likes to hold their meetings around the state so that we can meet with local partners, understand issues, work with stakeholders, park tours, etc. Typically, we have met 5 or 6 times a year, plus a planning meeting, with our Tuesdays as a tour, or Friday with our work session on Wednesday, Commission meeting on Thursday. In 2022, we would like to recommend 5 meetings with a virtual work session and December annual planning meeting. This was talked about in July in Spokane, and so we took the advice of, I believe, Commissioner Milner mentioned about a virtual work session. Here are the dates and locations that we are proposing for 2022. I did Google and look up every single date. I do not believe any of these dates are in any conflicts with a state, federal holiday, religious holidays, National Ice Cream Day, etc. So I believe all these dates are clear of any conflicts. So Fort Worden in January, then we would hold a virtual work session in March. Don't know if that would be a full day or a half day, just depends on what we need to talk about. April in Long Beach, July Anacortes, September Pullman, November Chelan, and a planning meeting at Kama Beach. Requested action today before you is to adopt the 2022 meeting schedule as presented in Appendix 1. And we're also asking that you delegate to the director and his designee, me, the authority to adjust the meeting locations in consultation with the Commission Executive Committee. That is so if we have COVID or I can't get a location, that I don't have to bring this back before you as a requested action. Any questions?
Okay, so 5 regular sessions, 1 virtual workshop, and 1 planning meeting. So it's a little bit of a hybrid over what we've done before. This is great. Is there any questions for Becky or comments? I know we've all had a chance to review this at length. Commissioner Latimer and Milner, do you have any questions or comments on the proposed schedule?
I do not. No questions.
Okay, so a motion to.
Sure.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Oh, I was just going to express my appreciation to Becky for going through and checking the holidays. I think I raised that at our last round because today is Yom Kippur. It's the highest holy day of the Jewish year. It's their Christmas, their whatever we would consider our day. And I know that this was discussed at our when we decided this year's dates. And I, especially given our sort of focus on DEI and inclusion, even though it likely, didn't, we don't know if it impacted anybody today. I think it's really important, and it's really, it's a lot of work. I think it's a lot of work to kind of check, all the different holidays, because there's a lot. I mean, when it comes down to it, and trying to balance that. So, I really do appreciate that extra effort that was made for 2022, and I feel like it's a really I think that other agencies maybe are not making as much of an effort on that, and I really appreciate that we're going to be leaders on that.
And one other thing on that point, because Commissioner Dannenberg and I have had a chance to talk about this subject, and she made a really good suggestion. We got a little time. I called Becky a week or 10 days ago after I saw something on Facebook that intrigued me, and asked, what guidance do we get from the governor, from the personnel shop, from anyone and anybody in a position of authority and knowledge in state government to help us, give us guidance on this, because there are a lot of religious observances that are extremely important to people. And I can remember when I was a mayor, they vary. Some of them are celebrations, some of them are very solemn occasions. And Becky told me that she scoured the seashore and there's nothing available. And Commissioner Dannenberg and I were talking about that, and she suggested, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that we ought to ask, was it the new director of DEI for the state, or was it our new DEI director that you thought should look at this and give us some guidance? You suggested another step on this.
I mean, my suggestion was to ask Dr. Johnson possibly, because I don't think this is something that, I don't feel like necessarily this is something that we should be doing just as an agency. I do feel like, as a state government, it would be sort of nice for them to put that guidance out. And I had also suggested it's, informational purposes, because, and then, in my view, you balance what you're doing with what the holiday is. And, there's always things you have to balance, right? And I give an example that, the European Defense Agency invited the US defense manufacturers to a meeting on Thanksgiving. And we all said we would go because, this is every single Ministry of Defense in Europe, right? It's a big opportunity. If it had been something less significant, an inter-industry meeting, we probably would have said no. And so I think you look at, what is it that you're doing? Who's impacted? Does it impact, who's involved? Again, also the reason why we go is because most of them are European, versus if it was an all-American meeting. So I think, for example, if it was a work session and we knew nobody was Jewish, nobody on the staff that was attending, that it wasn't going to impact anyone involved, it's not a public meeting, so I do think just to put it out for guidance so that everyone knows what they are. And again, they don't have to sort of make calls about what do you include or not include, because that's the other question, right? Is which religions do you include, which observances do you include, which I also think it's really challenging to be making those decisions as an agency. So my recommendation was that we ask, Dr. Johnson to put out guidance that gives everybody the same information.
And I had lunch with John Snyder from Governor Inslee's office last Friday, and I mentioned this topic to him and suggested that it would be helpful not only to us, but other state agencies if somebody helped us to to be more aware and observant and respectful going forward. So I would entertain a motion to adopt the staff recommendation and establish these 7 dates and locations as our targeted meeting dates and locations for 2022.
Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to amend that a little bit. And so adopting the dates and locations and then having a backup in case we're
Not out of the woods.
not out of the woods with this
Yeah, I think that's
pandemic. So just recognizing that we do need to be flexible.
Right.
Should we need to move to an entire virtual meeting?
Correct, which is what the number 2 on the staff recommendation would be is that would be then in consultation with the director and the executive would be, are we changing the location or actually changing it to virtual?
Okay.
So that's the number 2.
Okay, and so I'm
Appreciate
assuming
that
that we'll,
flexibility.
yeah, no. So I move to accept the meeting dates and locations with that flexibility built into it.
And it's been seconded by Commissioner Connolly. Becky, I'm sorry, just one more question. When the executive committee met with you and others a few weeks ago, you were saying that Anacortes was still a bit of a moving target because of your inability to tie down accommodations. Is that more firm now, or is that still, okay, so understand that these locations could change too, just because of the nature of finding
Correct.
people that will give us adequate facilities at state rates, so.
I'm not looking at moving dates at all. It's just
Okay.
the flexibility on locations.
And I might just say on that regard, the executive committee talked about, if we don't do Anacortes, we might want to go to one of the distressed communities that's been impacted by the forest fires this year, just as an expression of support and frankly, to spend a little bit of money in, I don't know, Republic or Winthrop or someplace where we've got a lot of parks and properties. So we did mention that as well. So colleagues, are you ready for a vote? All those in favor of the motion to adopt these targeted locations and these specific dates, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same sign. So I think that was a unanimous vote. And then the last item on our agenda is a review of follow-up items. And it actually says Mike Latimer on the cheat sheet here, Mike Latimer and others. So I'll just start with you. I don't know whether you as commission chair usually keep a little bit of a list. Do you have any follow-up items, Commissioner Latimer, that you've made note of over the last 2 days? I think you're muted, Commissioner.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I did have a little cheat sheet here, but they just temporarily misplaced. So I'll just have to go off of memory, but I think there was a couple items maybe from the last commission meeting that wanted to ask just the director on follow-up as if we, I think one item in particular, if we had made any further progress on the Bear Creek Lodge situation over in Spokane.
I'll defer to Assistant Director Herzog related to the Bear Creek Lodge acquisition status.
You're not asking for answer to that question now, are you just trying to say that you need some more information on that?
I was just curious as to if there was any further progress on that.
I asked that, Commissioner, because we did get an update at the Real Estate Committee meeting, and I did mention that in the report from the Real Estate Committee meeting yesterday, and I know those conversations continue. That could lead to our acquisition of that property and a whole new look to the entrance to Mount Spokane Park. Peter, is there anything additional?
We're still in the holding.
You have a helium balloon over there or what?
What's that mean?
Commissioner Milner, did you have any follow-up items?
Just one to add to the list, and that is the reaching out to Malden, as Owen Rowe has offered his services to do.
Okay. Today I didn't make a lot of notes because I was chairing, but from yesterday, the question that Commissioner Dannenberg raised about how we will treat exempt employees relative to vaccination and their participation attendance at these and probably other meetings. At Steptoe Butte and Steptoe Battlefield, there was a suggestion of some additional follow-through in terms of how we're telling the story and possibly even the naming issue. At Skamania for our next meeting, there were some expressions and concerns regarding others that will be there and interaction with those that require some follow-through. And then I had one that's not anything we've discussed, but we will be doing our planning meeting in December. This is already September. I did send a letter to Becky Daniels with a CC to the executive committee and to our director and our executive assistant, asking that she remind us what that the annual director's review process looks like. Because I think there's a process there, there's responsibilities and assignments. I have not heard back from her, so I would ask, Mr. Director, that you follow up with her and that we should set the stage for that planning meeting in December by having a better understanding of exactly what that director's performance review looks like and who has what roles to play in that, including all of us, obviously. And then finally, in that regard, as we establish 2022 priorities, there's got to be a process leading up to our acting on those at that planning meeting. So what's that process look like? So director's review and 2022 priorities, maybe you guys could help us get something before the executive committee and start wading into that territory. And anything else from follow-up items? Yeah, Becky, I think has something.
So, well, I was asked, I think yesterday was directed for me to do some research, and it was my understanding you guys wanted to discuss the November meeting. Is that correct?
It's gonna,
Whoa, we're starting to, I believe Commissioner Dannenberg wanted to discuss it before we left today.
it would be,
It would be helpful, very extraordinarily helpful to get to conclusion on the November. It takes an extraordinary amount of energy, so all of you to conclusion. So with all due respect, it would be helpful to come to conclusion on your interest and comfort at Skamania. In the absence of that, a different alternative.
Yeah, so I did contact the WASPC conference, and they are estimating 200 to 270 attendees. I did talk to Skamania Lodge. We will not be in a separate area. We would be in the same conference center as them, using the same restrooms as them. So I did do that research as requested.
Okay. Becky, do we have any decisions that need to be made or voting actions in November?
Yeah, we were going to go back there in some respects to say thanks for the fact that they let us off the hooks when we canceled out on them for a previously scheduled meeting, but I don't think any of us had any idea that there'd be that many people in that lodge, that conference centers. No, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people.
Yeah. So the question was, do we have any WAC-related decisions that we need to make?
There are no WAC related. There's definitely the properties that Tanya Moore discussed earlier, but no, we do not have any WAC items.
Okay.
So those, yeah, the only one that would, if we made a change would, so nope, we're clear there.
And just to clarify on the property issue, Assistant Director Herzog, correct me if I'm wrong, the formal public hearing that's convened at time of final action on the properties?
No, I'm sorry about the fact.
Just speak loudly.
Or use Anna's.
There you go. So the answer is no for those remotely. Okay, public hearings are conducted outside of the commission process in advance of formal and final commission action. Thank you.
So Becky, do we have, I don't know how you want to pursue this. I understand what you're saying. I, for one, would like us to look for an alternative location for that meeting. I'm just not comfortable being with that many people.
Are we talking about, so a place that we can go hybrid? Are we moving to virtual?
No, I'm talking about an in-person meeting. I would, if we have an in-person meeting, I would prefer that it not be at Skamania Lodge at the same time they're hosting hundreds of people from all over the state. Whether it's hybrid or in person, that's another discussion, but I don't think we should be meeting at Skamania Lodge under these circumstances. Personally, I don't know. Does anybody else feel the same way?
So
They're
the,
shaking.
are we going out on this one too? So 2021, it was delegated. You did the same delegation. So I can work with the executive committee to move the location. Am I allowed to move it wherever the director and I would like? Or am I being?
Yeah, I think the amendment to that is just, I think it would be instructive to have an affirmative sense from this commission around your comfort to convene in person. So if I sense an agreement that not Skamania is
Not
off
that.
the table.
Yes.
And correct me if am I wrong on that consensus. Okay, so the second threshold issue is in meeting in November, shall it be done virtually? Shall it be done in a hybrid format? Or all in person, which probably would default to some hybriding anyway. But so can we get an affirmative sense from this commission on all virtual or hybrid?
So I've already expressed my opinion on this and it hasn't changed. I have a concern about our saying that we can't have safe meetings of this commission at the same time that we tell people, come to state parks, come to our facilities, come indoors and have receptions and weddings and have events in our buildings. I think it's an inconsistent message. So as long as it is, we are allowed to have in-person meetings, and as long as we follow COVID protocols at the state and federal level, I think it's a bit mixed messaging at a minimum for us to move away from in-person meetings. Secondly, I get so much more out of our meeting in person, being together, than the virtual format. And it seems to me that in some respects, with respect, your question's been answered because this is the model that gives people the option. So if Commissioner Brown's just not comfortable with going with wherever we meet, I can come in through virtual means like we've successfully done the last 2 days. So I think we do a hybrid. We should plan for a hybrid because we don't know what the COVID situation will be like mid-November, but we should also plan for some of us to be gathered in the same room. That's just how I personally feel about it. And I know that the commission chair did poll all of you regarding that question in association with today. And the email he sent to us said that it was the consensus of the 7 of us that if those conditions that I just outlined could be met, that we should be meeting in person. So I think your question to us today is, has anything changed? And so I guess people need to speak up now or soon. Mr. Bounds?
Well, I'm happy to, I much prefer being together. I think we could be together safely. I do prefer being together safely in a place that is safer than some place where there's a few hundred people that may or may not and may be likely not vaccinated. So, you know, a hybrid is fine. I think people can have that, make that decision for themselves of how they feel about it.
Mr. Conley, you have your hand up or your light's on?
I agree. I mean, I agree with Commissioner Bounce. I mean, I'm comfortable with the hybrid option.
Okay. Mr. Perez? Your light's already on.
I'm comfortable with goodness, with the hybrid option as well, as long as it's in a location that is safe. And the sense, I mean, in this situation, we did look into the number of people and all that. So using some common sense approach to this, I think that is the best way to go. I don't think I need to repeat myself, but.
Yeah, and if we can have a meeting room that allows us to be this far apart too is nice. Commissioner Dannenberg?
Let's see, does mine work? Or did,
Yeah.
well, nope. Similarly, I think, I was hesitant on this meeting, but having now been at it, I feel like this, COVID rates, in general, in the county aside, I feel like this actually worked out quite well, that it's, nice weather, we were able to be outside for our tours, I feel like the hotel is doing a very good job in terms of managing space, the sort of, you can have room service without a fee. It seems like a very minor thing, right? This is a really, this is a really ideal room. I mean, I think this is unlikely to be able to get this lucky, but I feel like this, this amount of air, the space we're in. So for me, I'm very comfortable, looking at this space. I haven't been uncomfortable at this meeting. I haven't gone out, I'll say that. So similarly, would prefer to just have somewhere where there is space. I don't know if there's, it probably feels like too much of a pain, like swap November, December. I feel a little bit bad because I'm now remembering them letting us out of, Committee at Large letting us out of that last meeting, and now we're not going to be going back there. Feel a bit bad about that. But the only thing I could think of would be to swap, but then that feels like a lot of effort to also switch around the December meeting. So, but yes, I think the in-person, or if they're, and then the hybrid does allow us to take into consideration, any changes that are happening, with the pandemic between now and then. So having, being in places where we have that capability, I think is, maybe more of the driver. I would almost say, I guess now I'm thinking as I talk that maybe, part of your consideration might just be wherever, who has the best space for us. There's a logical location, but I look at this room, and this room would not be available in a lot of places. And it's like, well, wherever you choose, that makes sense for the tech and the hybrid, maybe that's the priority. So that, that we've actually got a room that's got that capacity to do it.
Thank you. So I'd like to, let's see, Commissioner Latimer, on the question of hybrid or in-person or all virtual, you want to weigh in?
Sure, I'm comfortable with the hybrid model.
Commissioner Milner?
A few comments. I'm going, like everyone, I'm going to do based upon what the situation is at the time. So the hybrid provides that flexibility. I'm in favor of that. Second, Chelan, I don't believe is a very good location to find a place like you're sitting in now. You may recall the meeting in Leavenworth, Commissioner Brown, the meeting in Vancouver. We have had places to meet where we had, it was close. We were able to easily exchange information and work with the public, but it wasn't a place that had all kinds of other business coming and going. And Leavenworth probably has a greater variety of what can be done with accommodations that are not, I don't know, as busy as Campbell's, for instance, in Chelan. So we have had venues like you're sitting in now, and if that gives you the greatest flexibility, then I would recommend that we continue to look for town halls, et cetera, that would accommodate us.
Did we actually vote on the motion to adopt these target locations and these dates for 2022?
Yeah, the requested action is already
We already
done.
did that, so then that, my comment, okay, so, and then you've gotten, I think, pretty clear direction.
Chair, I have a
Oh,
comment.
sorry, go ahead.
So with this discussion ties in the public comment or the ability for the public to comment and participate. If we can emphasize in our, wherever we do, the ability for the public to be able to comment in writing and us being very clear on how we're going to do that. Because I don't know how clear it was or is during this period of time.
Okay. All right, so, do you feel you've gotten
Yes.
feedback you needed?
Yeah. I only have 4, so I will point out 4 weeks till mail out. So I will be aggressively working on this next week, and I will get a convening of the exec committee as soon as Director Mayor and I zoom in on maybe 2 places.
Yep. I don't really have a choice.
Okay, we will take the discretion that you're delegating to the director and respect the sentiment that we heard here to the best of our ability. Thank you. I'm thinking Olympia.
So before we adjourn, I want to just ask if there were any additional follow-up items that anyone, including the director or staff, would like to get on the record.
I believe there's one. I understand Commissioner Dannenberg would like to have the opportunity to see the Auburn property. So I want to make note of that for staff to help facilitate that. Okay, okay. I didn't. Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, I just didn't know if you wanted to have staff meet on site with you at all. Okay. Okay.
Anything else, Director?
Not that I have. Thank you.
Okay, an additional comment or question? No?
Becky, on this Communion Lodge one, whether we were committed to anything there because, and what that would do to us if we move.
Oh, we might owe some fees, but this has not been the first time during COVID. So I will handle with the sales department and do the best I can. And the situation is what it is.
Yeah, the only thing about that, there's many aspects of it that are discouraging or disappointing. We are also looking at, I know, I was told yesterday again, I think it was actually by Scott, the community up there is really anxious for us to get up there as a commission and help do an official opening or some event at the new remodeled, reformed, magnificent observatory in Goldendale. So we may have to, and we were going to do that while we were in Stevenson. The problem is, sorry, what?
We may end up pushing that also to spring, just like the Beverly Bridge. It's a small facility and with COVID, so we'll get you something.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at though is, all joking aside, I mean, I know there's a hotel, 2 now, and there's a city hall. I mean, helping a local economy, a distressed economy. Maybe you ought to look at Goldendale as an example. I don't know what else is really close to us.
So we did look at Goldendale when we met in Klickitat. Goldendale did not have a big enough facility for us.
Because we actually met in Goldendale one year since I've been on the commission. So we found something then, and there's new motels there now, or hotels. But I'm just throwing that out because we do need to do something there and at the observatory. So there's no other items on the agenda, and thank you. I haven't chaired the business meeting for 5 years, so thanks for bearing with me. I do want to compliment, and the director's already done this, anyone and everyone connected with the technological pieces of this, because and I think you agree with this, having chaired yesterday, I know Commissioner Milner, you had some problems which hopefully were addressed overnight and successfully participated all day. But well done to everybody that helped enable us to have this kind of a meeting in this place. So thank you so much. And if there's no further business, we're adjourned. Good timing. Oh, I've lost my calendar. Are we way off what time we're supposed to be done?